Potter read What If Harry's magical awakening at age 5 triggered a dormant Founders vault and made him the sole heir of all 4 houses. If you enjoy long-form Potter read heritage and lordship stories like this one, smash that like button, subscribe to Potter Read, and turn on notifications so you never miss a chapter. Drop a comment below telling us which Founder bloodline you would have wanted Harry to inherit first. Now sit back, settle in, and enjoy. Chapter 1. The Cupboard and the Crest. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, smelled of dust and old paint and the iron tang of dried blood. Harry Potter, 5 years and 7 months old, lay curled on his thin cot with his cheek pressed against the wall and tried to count the spiders along the seam where the plaster met the wood. He had reached 43 when the lock clicked and the door rattled and his uncle's voice spilled through the gap in a low, controlled fury that was somehow worse than shouting. "You stay in there until you've thought about what you've done, boy. 2 days. 3 if I hear so much as a whimper." Harry did not whimper. He had learned, before he was 4, that whimpering was a thing that earned you the back of a hand or the cupboard for a week or, twice, the cellar of Aunt Marge's house, which had a drain in the floor and no light at all. He had not done anything. The vase on the hall table had been wobbling for days. Dudley had run past it shrieking and the wobbling had finished what gravity had started. Harry had been on the stairs, holding a basket of laundry. Vernon had come into the hall just in time to see the porcelain shatter and Harry standing nearest to it, and the trial in Vernon Dursley's mind had begun and ended in the same instant. Harry had not bothered to argue. There was no point. He had learned that, too. He listened to his uncle's footsteps recede along the hall, listened to the kitchen door swing and the kettle thump down on the hob, and only then let himself uncurl. His ribs hurt. He had a small, careful map of where they hurt and where they did not, and tonight the map had a new bright spot on the left side, just under his arm, where Vernon had caught him with his elbow on the way past. He pressed 2 fingers against it. Tender, not broken. He had become an unreliable expert on the difference. The light leaking under the cupboard door was the orange of late afternoon. Petunia had pruned the front hedge today, he could smell the cut sap. Dudley was watching cartoons in the lounge, the muffled brass of the theme music rising and falling like a tide. Harry rolled onto his back, very slowly, and stared up at the underside of the stair, where someone, some long-ago child, had drawn a small house in pencil. Smoke curled from the pencil chimney. There were 3 windows and a door and a tiny pencil cat sitting on the doorstep. Harry had decided years ago that the cat's name was Henry and the house belonged to a wizard. He did not know, then, why the word wizard came so easily to him. He thought it was a thing from a book, although he had read very few books and most of them belonged to Dudley and most of those were about racing cars. Pain stitched up under his ribs and he caught his breath and held it and waited for the world to go still. When it did he made himself say the rule, the way he always said the rule, in a thin whisper that fogged on the cold pencil house above him. "Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry." Something in the cupboard wall went tick. Harry froze. He thought, at first, that it was a beetle behind the plaster. The Dursleys had had a panic about woodlice the previous summer and Vernon had spent a Saturday on his hands and knees with a torch and a can of something that smelled like petrol. He waited for the beetle to tick again. It did. Tick. Then tick tick tick, very fast, like a clock losing its mind. Then a sound that was not ticking at all but a low, soft hum, the kind a fridge makes in an empty kitchen at night. The hum was not in the wall. It was in his bones. He sat up. He should not have. The pain in his ribs flared white and his eyes watered, but he sat up because something under his sternum was sitting up too, lifting itself the way a cat lifts its head when it hears its name. He pressed his palm against his chest. The hum lived there. It had always lived there. He had thought it was the way everyone felt. He had thought it was a heart. It was not a heart. The cupboard, all at once, was too small. The walls were too close. The little pencil house above him was a vice. He felt the air pull tight against his skin like a wet shirt drying in the sun, and the hum in his bones rose into a note he could almost hear, a long high musical note that filled the cupboard and the inside of his head and the spaces between his teeth. "No," Harry whispered, because he understood, suddenly and totally, that something was about to happen, and that whatever it was going to make Vernon very, very angry. The hum became a roar. The cupboard door blew off its hinges. It did not splinter. It did not crack. It came away whole, neat as a sheet of bread cut from a loaf, and sailed across the hall and embedded itself in the wall above the telephone table with a sound like a giant hand clapping. The hinges followed, a moment later, and pinged against the radiator. Then the dust came, fine and grey as flour, in a great soft wall that washed out into the hall and made the orange afternoon light go briefly silver. Harry sat on his cot in the open mouth of his cupboard with his hands pressed flat against the wood and stared at the place where his door had been. His head was very quiet. His chest was very loud. He heard Petunia drop a kettle. He heard Dudley's cartoons cut off mid-jingle. He heard Vernon, in the kitchen, make a sound that was not a word, the kind of sound a dog makes when it has been kicked by surprise. Harry's small body, which knew Vernon better than his mind did, was already moving. He slid off the cot and stood up in the dust and looked at his bare feet and the broken plaster powdering the carpet and thought, in a clear, bright, terrible way, I have to leave. He had nothing to take. He took nothing. He stepped over the wreckage and walked, on legs that did not feel like his, down the hall toward the front door. Behind him, Vernon emerged from the kitchen like a furnace opening. His face had gone the color of liver. His mouth had not yet caught up with his eyes. "You," Vernon said, and his voice was small and breath-thin and shaking, which frightened Harry more than any shout, "You." "What? What?" "I don't know," Harry said, because it was the truth. "You," Vernon advanced. His hand was rising. The hand was very large and Harry knew the geography of that hand the way other children knew the lines on a map. The hum, which had quieted, woke up. Harry threw out both arms. He did not know why. It was the way you fling out your arms in the dark to keep your face from a wall. It was the way you say no with your whole body when your mouth is too full of fear to say it. Air moved. Vernon Dursley left the floor. He did not fly the way people in Dudley's cartoons flew. He did not arc. He simply, in a single instant, was standing in the middle of the hall with his hand raised and then, in the next instant, was pinned against the lounge doorframe with his feet 6 inches off the carpet and his mouth open and his great red hand frozen above his head as if a teacher had told him to leave it there. His eyes bulged. He was making no sound at all, which was, somehow, the worst part. Petunia screamed. Harry turned. She was standing in the kitchen doorway with the kettle still in her hand, water spilling out of it onto her slippers, and her face had gone the color of the plaster dust. Her mouth was a small, dark hole. "You," she whispered. Then, louder, with a rising shudder, "You. You. You," like her, the word her hit Harry like a stone in a still pond. Rings spread out from it through his small body. He did not know who her was. He had never had a her. There was Aunt Petunia and there had been, in a photograph he was not allowed to look at, a thin woman holding a baby outside a hospital, and a man with hair like Harry's. He had been told they were drunks who had died in a car. He had also been told, on other days, that they had abandoned him on the doorstep. He had stopped trying to fit the stories together when he was 4. But Petunia's mouth had opened around her, around the word like an apology she could not finish, and in that opening Harry saw, for half a second, a girl. A girl with red hair and green eyes. A girl who, he understood, had been her sister. His mother. The hum rose again. It was not anger. It was not, exactly, anything. It was the way a creature uncurls when it has been asleep a very long time. Harry felt it climb out of his chest and into his throat and behind his eyes, and he opened his mouth without meaning to, and a sound came out of him that was not a child sound. It was a word. He did not know the word. It was a long, soft word in a language his tongue did not know, and the hall light bulb above him brightened until the filament went a pure, white star, and then went dark with a soft pop, and the carpet beneath his bare feet was suddenly, inexplicably, warm. The hall was full of light that was not from the bulb. It came from him. He looked down at his own hands and saw them outlined in a thin pale gold, the way the edge of a leaf looks when the sun is behind it, and he understood, with the clarity that visits children before they learn to argue with themselves, that he was on fire and not burning. He was a candle. He was a flame. Petunia dropped the kettle. It clanged against the lino. Water hissed over her slippers. She did not move. Her thin face was the color of skimmed milk, and her eyes, which Harry had only ever seen narrow, were as wide as Dudley's when Dudley saw a dog. "Lily," she said. The word fell out of her like a coin from a torn pocket. "Lily, Lily, Lily," Vernon, against the doorframe, made a small wet noise and then, very gently, slid down the wood until his bottom met the carpet. He stayed there. His hand was in his lap. His eyes were closed. The light around Harry dimmed. The hum quieted. The warmth in the carpet faded. He stood in the wrecked hall of number 4, Privet Drive, with the cupboard door embedded in the wall above the telephone and a circle of fine grey dust around his bare feet, and his uncle slumped against the lounge frame and his aunt clutching the kitchen jamb like a woman in a high wind, and he heard, very faintly, from somewhere a very long way off, a bell. It was a deep bell. It rang once. He thought, although he could not have said why, the bell knows my name. The bell did not ring again that night. But somewhere, in a vault buried deeper than the deepest goblin tunnel beneath Gringotts Bank, where 7 seals of iron and bone had not stirred since the time of the Plantagenets, a single white candle that had not been lit in 843 years woke up, found a wick made of a girl-child's hair and a man-child's hair and a hair from a woman in a green hood and a hair from a thin man in spectacles, and quietly, modestly, almost shyly, began to burn. Petunia put Harry to bed in Dudley's second bedroom. She did not speak when she did it. She walked behind him up the stairs with both hands clenched at her sides, and she opened the door to the small room that had been used for Dudley's broken toys, and she said, "There," and turned on her heel and walked away. She had not touched him. She had not, as far as Harry could remember, ever touched him for any reason that was not punitive. He thought she was afraid of him, and he was right, but he did not yet understand that the fear had nothing to do with what he had just done in the hall. The fear was older than that. The fear was 30 years old. The fear had a name, and the name began with the same letter as his. He sat on the edge of the bare mattress with his knees pulled up to his chin, and he listened to the house. Vernon had been moved into the lounge. Harry could hear the low rumble of a male voice he did not recognize, on the telephone in the hall, and Petunia's thin replies, and after a long time the sound of car wheels on the gravel and a door slamming and a man saying, "Have to be the morning, Mrs. Desley, can't very well call them out at this hour for a what, did you say?" Petunia's reply was too low to hear. The car went away. The house settled. Harry stayed sitting up on the mattress, watching the curtains move in the warm air from the radiator, and waited for the hum in his bones to come back and tell him what he was. It did not come back. It had folded itself away in him like a cat folds itself onto a chair, and it was sleeping, and he had the curious certainty that if he tried very hard he could wake it, and that if he woke it tonight in this house in this street he might not survive what came after. So he did not try. He must have slept, because when the bell rang again the curtain glow had shifted and the room was full of the cold blue of pre-dawn, and the bell was no longer in the long far away. It was in his head, a single clear stroke that vibrated against the inside of his skull and made his teeth itch. He sat up. There was someone in the room. The someone was very small. Harry's first thought was that Dudley had crawled in to look at him. The small shape was about Dudley's height. Then the shape moved into the dim and he saw that it was not a child at all. It was a person of about 3 feet 6 in a long charcoal coat with a high mandarin collar, and the person had a face like a clever monkey's, with very long ears and very long fingers and a nose like a crooked arrowhead. 2 black eyes, too clever for any child, looked at him steadily over the rim of a pair of half-moon spectacles. Harry did not scream. Something in him recognized the shape, although his mind did not yet know the word goblin, and it told him, calmly, "This one is here for you." "Mr. Potter," the small person said, in a voice that was both very polite and very dry, "I am Bogrod, of Gringotts. I apologize for the hour. The matter would not, I am afraid, wait." Harry blinked. "Are you a wizard?" he asked, because it was the only category he had for people who appeared in locked rooms before sunrise. Bogrod's mouth made a shape that was not quite a smile but was, perhaps, the goblin equivalent of one. "No, Mr. Potter. We are a great deal older than wizards, and a great deal more respectable. May I ask you to dress? We are leaving. I don't have anything to dress in. Only what I wore yesterday." Bogrod inclined his head a quarter inch. "That will be addressed. Please put on your shoes." Harry, obedient by long habit, slid off the mattress and put on the shoes that Petunia had set inside the door without looking at him. They were Dudley's old plimsolls and they were 2 sizes too big. He tied them with the careful double bow he had taught himself when he was 4 and could not reach the laces of his uncle's hand. When he stood up, the goblin was already at the door. "Will Aunt Petunia mind?" Harry said. "Your aunt," Bogrod said, with a precision that Harry would later understand was the goblin word for a sentence finished and signed in blood, "has no further authority over you, Mr. Potter. As of 7.5 hours ago her authority was withdrawn by an instrument older than this island's monarchy. She knows. She will not interfere. Please. Where are we going?" "To the bank. There are people who must meet you. There are accounts you must inspect. There is, I am afraid, a vault that has decided you exist." Harry stood very still in the cold blue dawnlight of Dudley's second bedroom and considered the small dignified person at the door and the words "a vault that has decided you exist," and he thought of the long deep bell and the thing in his chest that had hummed and the fire that had walked along the edges of his hands, and he understood that whatever came next was very large and that he was not going to refuse it. "All right," he said. Bogrod produced, from his coat, a small disc of dull bronze on a chain. He placed it around Harry's neck. The disc was warm. It made the hum in Harry's bones lift its head and look at it, and then, like an old dog meeting a polite stranger, lay back down. "Hold my hand, Mr. Potter," Bogrod said. "It will pinch. It does not last." Harry took the long-fingered hand. It was warm and dry and surprisingly strong. The room folded in on itself the way a paper bag folds when you sit on it, with a sound like a popped cork, and Harry was somewhere else. The somewhere was a long stone hall, lit by torches that did not seem to be burning anything. The walls were very high. The ceiling was lost in shadow. A double row of small armored figures in burnished mail stood along the walls, their faces hidden under helmets shaped like the heads of bats. They did not move. Their shadows did. The shadows had longer arms than the bodies that cast them. "Welcome," said a voice from the far end of the hall, "to Gringotts, heir of the Founders." Harry felt the words go through him the way water goes through a sieve. The voice belonged to a goblin who was standing on a stone dais at the end of the hall in a mantle the color of old blood. He was older than Bogrod. His face was crossed with seams the way a riverbed is crossed with cracks in summer. He wore no spectacles and he needed none. His eyes were the deep yellow of old beeswax and they did not blink while Harry walked toward him. "My name is Ragnok," the goblin in the mantle said. "I have the honor, this morning, of being the director of this bank. The honor will, I think, be brief. The bank has not had cause to receive a founder's heir in 843 years, and I confess I have not, until this hour, fully believed such a person existed. The candle began to burn at 6 in the evening, in your reckoning. I felt it through the stone of my office floor. So did every goblin in this building. So did, I am told, every goblin in every Gringotts branch, from Cairo to Quito. We have spent the night since then preparing for you. Forgive us if our preparations are imperfect. Harry, who had no idea how to answer any of this, said, I'm sorry. Ragnar's mouth did a thing that was not a smile. Mr. Potter, he said, you have nothing to be sorry for. You are 5 years old. You have been kept, by the wizarding world, in a hole. We will, before the morning is out, have a great deal to be sorry for ourselves. Please. Come up here. There is a basin you must touch. The basin was on a low pedestal at the center of the dais. It was made of black stone. It held a thin, still pool of silver fluid. 3 drops of Harry's blood would, Ragnar said quietly, do. Will it hurt? A small thing. A pin. Bogrod will hold your hand. You will look only at me. The pin was a needle of green stone. Bogrod held Harry's left hand. Ragnar pricked the pad of his middle finger. 3 slow red beads gathered. Ragnar caught them on the tip of the needle and touched them, one by one, to the silver pool. The silver pool went black. Then white. Then it began, very slowly, to write. Letters of pale fire rose up out of the surface of the basin and hung, weightless, in the still air above it. The first line was Harry's name. Underneath his name were the names of his parents. Underneath those names were his grandparents. The list grew. The list kept growing. The basin pulled, as if by a slow tide, from somewhere far back in time, and laid the names down in a soft stream of light that climbed past Harry's head, past Bogrod's, past Ragnar's, all the way to the lost ceiling of the hall. Ragnar watched the light climb. He did not move. When the climb stopped, the light folded in on itself like a closing flower and condensed into 4 shields hanging in the air above the basin. Each shield bore a sigil. A lion. A snake. A badger. An eagle. For a long moment, no one in the hall spoke. Then Ragnar bowed. It was a small bow, half an inch of his head, but Harry, who had spent 5 years reading Vernon's body, knew at once that it was the deepest bow that this goblin in the bloody mantle had ever made or would ever make. My lord, Ragnar said. I'm sorry, Harry said again, helplessly. You are, said Ragnar, very gently, the heir of Godric Gryffindor through the Potter line. You are the heir of Salazar Slytherin through the line of your mother, whose mother's mother was a Selwyn through the Squib branch and a Peverell through her father's father. You are the heir of Helga Hufflepuff through your maternal great-grandmother, who was a smith of Badgerwood. You are the heir of Rowena Ravenclaw through the Peverell line, which we had thought extinct for 7 generations. The 4 bloodlines have been thinning for 8 centuries. They have, in you, converged. The candle in the deep vault has lit. The bank is yours, Mr. Potter, to a depth that no living wizard has any conception of. The castle, I am told, has begun to dream you. We have, in short, a great deal of work to do. The 4 shields hung above the black basin. The lion's eye glittered. The snake's tongue flickered. The badger blinked once. The eagle, which Harry had thought carved, turned its small bright head and looked at him. The hum in his bones was no longer asleep. It was singing. What do I do? Harry whispered. Ragnar's old yellow eyes were wet. He did not seem to know it. He did not seem to mind. For now, he said, you sit. You eat. You drink a cup of something that will make the small cracks in your ribs knit themselves up before noon. You meet a healer who will look at the scar on your forehead, which we have reason to believe is not what it appears to be. You meet a tutor who will teach you to read your own name in 3 alphabets. You will meet, before this day is over, a mantle that has been waiting for a back to settle on for nearly 900 years. And you will, with our assistance, decide what you wish to do about Mr. Albus Dumbledore." Harry blinked. "Who?" Ragnok looked at Bogrod. Bogrod looked at Ragnok. The two goblins shared a glance that Harry would, in years to come, learn to read as the goblin equivalent of a long, low whistle. "Mr. Potter," Ragnok said, "we have, indeed, a great deal of work to do." He led Harry to a side door and threw it into a smaller room with a fire and a tray on a low table and a chair sized for a 5-year-old that had not, 10 minutes earlier, been there. The tray held warm bread and honey and a cup of pale gold liquid that smelled of lemons. Bogrod settled Harry into the chair with the impersonal kindness of a clerk filing a difficult document, and the bread, when Harry bit into it, was the best thing he had ever tasted, and the gold drink was warm and went down all the way to his ribs and laid itself there like a hand. Ragnok sat in a chair across from him. He had laid a thin folder on his knee. "With your permission, my lord, and you may, by the way, prefer Harry, in private, I would like to walk you, slowly, through what your morning is going to look like. I would also like to ask you, now, while there are no wizards in the room, 3 questions. Your answers will shape what we do next. They will not bind you. You may change them at any time. Do you consent to be asked?" Harry licked honey off his thumb. He looked at the goblin in the bloody mantle. He looked at Bogrod, by the door, with his clever monkey face and his half-moon spectacles. He looked at the 4 small shields, which had followed him through the door and now hovered, modestly, in the rafters of the small warm room like 4 very polite birds. "Yes," he said. "First," said Ragnok. "Do you wish, ever again, to live in the house from which we removed you tonight?" "No," Harry said. "Second," said Ragnok. "Do you wish, when you are old enough to do it, to know everything that has been done to you, by anyone, in the name of your safety or your parents' wishes, since the night your parents died?" Harry chewed his bread. He thought about Vernon's hand. He thought about the photograph of the thin red-haired woman. He thought about the bell. "Yes," he said. "Third," Ragnok said, very quietly. "When you are old enough to do it, do you wish to take, into your own hands, the lordship of the 4 houses to which you are heir?" Harry put down his bread. The hum in his bones, which had been a song, became a chord. The 4 small shields in the rafters turned their painted eyes on him. The lion's tail twitched. The snake's coil tightened. The badger's small black nose lifted. The eagle's wings half opened and held. Harry was 5 years old. He had spent every one of those years in a cupboard. He had learned, in a cupboard, that a small, careful, watchful child who said yes to the right questions in the right order survived more days than a child who did not. He had also learned, that night, in the wreckage of a hall, that he was something that had been called a wizard, and that the woman with the red hair had been his mother, and that there were people in the world who, when you stood up and were full of a soft white fire, did not strike you for it but, instead, brought you bread and honey and a chair that was the right size. "Yes," Harry said. The lion in the rafters opened its mouth. The roar that came out of it was very small, no louder than a kitten's sneeze, but Harry felt it in the soles of his oversized plimsolls and in the cracks of his ribs and in the soft place behind his teeth where his magic lived. Ragnok closed the folder on his knee. He stood. He bowed again, that same small bow. "Then, my lord," he said, "we begin." Outside the small warm room, in the long stone hall, the bat-helmeted statues along the walls turned, in unison, with a dry whisper of mail, and faced inward. They were not statues. They had never been statues. They were the ceremonial guard of the Goblin King, and they had not turned in 843 years, and they did not turn for any goblin alive, and they had turned for Harry Potter. Far away, in a tower in Scotland, a man with a long silver beard sat upright in his bed at the same instant, dropped a sherbet lemon, and pressed his hand flat against his chest where, until that moment, a thin warm thread of magic he had laid on a baby in a basket nearly 4 years and a half ago had quietly snapped, and the snapping had felt, exactly, like a small bell. Albus Dumbledore got out of bed. He did not yet know that he had lost. He thought, when he drew on his dressing gown and reached for his wand and felt about for his slippers in the dark, that one of his many quiet instruments in his many quiet places had merely come loose. He thought he would mend it before breakfast. He had, in fact, lost. He simply did not, yet, know the size of what he had lost. In the small warm room, Harry Potter ate the rest of the bread and drank the rest of the honey lemon drink and listened, with the grave attention of a 5-year-old who had, until that morning, lived in a cupboard, while a goblin in a bloody mantle began to tell him, very gently and in a great deal of detail, what it meant to be the heir of all 4 founders of Hogwarts. The mantle was kept, Ragnarok said, in a chamber called the Founders' Forge. The forge was 3 levels below the deepest vault on the public lift, and the public lift did not go to it, and no goblin alive could open the door to it without an heir's blood on the lintel, and no goblin alive had laid a hand on the door in any of their living memories. They walked down to it. There were no carts. There was a long, narrow stair of black basalt that wound through the rock the way a vein winds through a leg, and Ragnarok went first with a small dim lamp the color of a moth's belly, and Bogrod followed at Harry's elbow, and Harry, in his oversized plimsolls and his second-hand pajama bottoms and a clean grey tunic that one of the bank's tailors had produced from somewhere in the small warm room without anyone seeming to notice, walked down between them and tried not to count the steps. He counted them anyway. There were 1,046. The door at the bottom was not iron, although it looked like iron. It was a thing the goblins had a word for that did not translate, but Bogrod, when Harry asked, said in English that it was the bones of a mountain that had been killed by lightning and had agreed, before it died, to be the door. Harry decided he would think about that later. The door had no handle. It had, at chest height for him, a small smooth depression the size of a thumbprint. Ragnarok stood aside. "Your hand, my lord." Harry put his thumb in the depression. The stone was warm. The door, without a sound, opened inward, and a wash of light the color of a fire seen through closed eyes spilled out of the chamber and lit the stair behind them in long red bars. The forge was round. The floor was a single disc of polished black stone with the 4 sigils of the houses inlaid in metal that Harry could not name. In the center, on a low plinth, an iron cradle held a fire that was not burning anything, the same warm soft white that had walked along the edges of his hands in the hall at Privet Drive. Above the cradle, on a stand of unworked silver, lay the mantle. It was not, as Harry had vaguely imagined, a cape. It was not made of any cloth he recognized. It was, when he looked at it directly, the dark green of a deep pool in summer. When he looked at it from the corner of his eye, it was the red of an autumn fire. When he tried to settle on a color at all, the color slid sideways and became another. It moved, very faintly, the way a sleeping animal's flank moves. It had no weight that he could see, and yet the silver stand under it was bowed in the middle as if 1,000 stone lay there. "It will not hurt you," Ragnarok said. "It will weigh, for a moment, what it weighs. Then it will weigh what you weigh, which is not very much. The forge will take your measure. It will not refuse you. It cannot. The blood has been taken. The bell has been rung. We are merely keeping a very old appointment." Harry stepped onto the disc. He felt, the moment his 2 large plimsolls crossed the threshold, that he had stepped not into a room but into a held breath. The 4 sigils under his feet warmed. The lion brightened. The snake brightened. The badger brightened. The eagle brightened. The white fire in the cradle did not move, but the whole circle of the chamber tilted, in some way that had nothing to do with the floor, toward him. He walked to the cradle. He did not have to be told to lift the mantle down. His hands knew. His hands, which had wrung out dish rags and folded Vernon's shirts and held a basket of laundry over a wobbling vase, lifted the mantle off its silver stand, and the silver stand, freed of its weight, rose half an inch into the air with a small grateful sigh and settled again. The mantle was, in his hands, no heavier than a bedsheet. He turned it in his small fingers. He found the hood. He lifted it over his head. The forge breathed in. For a single instant the white fire in the cradle went out and the 4 sigils on the floor went black and the chamber was full of a dark so complete that Harry could not see his own hands inside it, and he was, alone in the dark, not afraid. The dark smelled of old stone and clean iron and the ghost of wood smoke and, faintly, of a woman's hair. A voice he did not know and yet knew said, in his ear, very quietly, "Well met, child." The forge breathed out. The white fire returned. The sigils brightened. The mantle, on his thin shoulders, settled and was the right length, although it should not have been. It had been made for a grown man, and it now ended at the precise place where it should end on a boy of 5, an inch above the floor. The hood slid back of its own accord and arranged itself between his shoulder blades. Bogrod, in the doorway, made a sound that, in Goblin, was a prayer. Ragnok, at the threshold, went down on one knee. The director of Gringotts had not gone down on one knee in any goblin's memory. He went down on one knee on the basalt stair without ceremony, the way an old man kneels in a garden because his back hurts, and he stayed there. "Lord of the houses," he said, "the bank kneels." Harry, in a mantle that was the color of every season at once, in plimsolls 2 sizes too big, with honey still on his thumb, stood in the middle of the Founders' Forge and felt the castle, far away in the north, lift its head. Then a small practical voice in his small practical head said, very clearly, "You should ask about the money." He almost laughed. He did not. He was too tired. He stepped, instead, off the disc, and Ragnok rose from his knee with a small wince and Bogrod produced, from inside his charcoal coat, the folder he had been carrying all morning. "My lord," Ragnok said, "the ledger." They climbed the 1,046 steps in companionable silence. At the top, in the small warm room with the chair that was the right size, Harry sat down again, and Ragnok sat across from him, and Bogrod laid the folder on the low table beside the empty plate, and opened it. The first page was a single line of figures so long that it ran off the right-hand edge of the parchment. "Your Potter Trust Vault," Ragnok said, "into which your parents placed a sum at your birth for your school years and minor expenses, was set at 10,000 galleons. As of yesterday it stands at 2,416 galleons, 11 sickles, and 3 nuts. The withdrawals were made, over the years, by a single key, lawfully held in trust by your magical guardian. We will discuss your magical guardian in a moment." He turned the page. There was a list. The list was long. Harry could not read most of it. He could read the column on the right, which was numbers, and he could read, here and there, the column on the left, which was words, and one of the words appeared 7 times on the first page alone. Order. 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 47,212 galleons, Ragnok said, in a voice as flat and dry as a slate, have been removed in the past 4 years from your main Potter family vault. Not the trust. The main. They were removed under the seal of your magical guardianship, which was settled, on the night of your parents' death, on Mr. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, who was at the time and remains the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The withdrawals are itemized. Their stated purpose, in every case, is the support of an organization called the Order of the Phoenix. We have, this morning, severed his key. We have, this morning, severed every access he held in your name. We have, this morning, frozen the accounts of the Order of the Phoenix at this branch and at our subsidiary in Edinburgh and at our affiliate in Paris. He will discover this, I imagine, when he tries to pay a tradesman. He will not, I suspect, take it well. Harry stared at the list of 47,000 galleons. He did not know what a galleon would buy. He suspected, from the way Ragnok said the number, that it would by a great deal. Was he stealing from me? He asked. Ragnar considered. He considered with the care of a man who has spent his life weighing other men's lives in iron pans. He was, Ragnar said at last, spending you. Whether what he spent you on was theft is a question for a court, if you wish, in time, to put it to one. We will, in any case, be recovering the funds. With interest. The Order of the Phoenix has a great deal of property. We will take it. Harry nodded. He did not yet know enough to know what it meant to take a great deal of property from a man like Albus Dumbledore. He would learn. For now he only knew that the small careful watchful child in him approved. Will he come for me? He said. He will try, Ragnar said. He will not succeed. You are, as of 1 hour ago, a ward of the Goblin Nation under Treaty Article 12. No wizard, including the Chief Warlock, can compel your presence anywhere outside of the protections of this bank without the consent of your guardian. Your guardian, my lord, is now me. We will be, in the matter of you, extremely difficult to move. The word guardian sat on the air between them. Harry turned it over in his mouth without speaking it. He thought of Vernon. He thought of Petunia. He thought of the small disk of dull bronze on the chain around his neck, which still held a soft warm weight that might have been the disk and might have been the mantle and might, he thought, have been Bogrod's hand on his. Thank you, he said, because he had been told, in a kitchen by a thin red-haired woman in a memory he did not know he had, that thank you was a thing you said. Ragnar closed the folder. Bogrod, by the door, allowed himself, for half a second, the goblin equivalent of a smile. It is a long day, my lord, Ragnar said, and the morning is not yet over. There is a healer waiting. There is a tutor waiting. There is, somewhere in Scotland, an old man waking up to find that his pocket is suddenly very empty. We shall, with your permission, attend to the first two and let the third attend to himself. Harry looked at the 4 shields hovering quietly in the rafters of the small warm room. All right, he said. The lion in the rafters yawned. The eagle preened a feather. The badger settled deeper onto its painted haunches. The snake, with a slow secret pleasure that Harry would later understand was the pleasure of a thing that has been very patient for a very long time, smiled. Outside, a long way off, the bell rang once more, low and clean. It rang for him. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2, the goblin's ward. The healer's name was Helki, and she had hands like a small kind earthquake. She was older than Bogrod and a head shorter than Ragnar, and she wore a long silvery smock that made no sound when she moved. Her hair, which was the color of pewter, was bound in a single thick braid down her back. She carried, in a battered leather satchel, 3 things, a glass jar of what looked like tar, a flat iron rod with a hooked end, and a small white book bound in goat's hide that she opened to a fresh page every morning and burned, every evening, in a brass dish on her windowsill. Take off the tunic, please, she said, when Bogrod brought Harry into her room. Her room was on a level Harry had not yet seen, 4 floors above the long stone hall, behind a door painted the color of a robin's egg. It had a low window that looked out, somehow, on a garden that could not possibly be there, a small walled square with 3 apple trees and a stone bench and a bee that drifted, tranquil, between the white blossoms in a square of yellow sun. Harry would, in time, learn that the window did not look out on anywhere. The window was the garden. The garden lived in the window. Helki had grown it, over 40 years, by sitting at the window every morning and thinking about apples. He took off the tunic. Helki did not gasp. Helki did not, the way Petunia had, 2 hours ago, in the kitchen at Privet Drive, look away. Helki looked at the small grey and purple geography of his ribs the way another goblin might look at a damaged ledger, with attention and a small steady anger and no sentimentality at all. She walked around him once. She lifted his left arm and set it down. She turned his wrist and pressed her thumb very gently against a place under the bone where Vernon had, 2 years ago now, stamped on his hand for spilling tea. She pressed and the long-buried hairline in the bone said hello back to her in a small bright pang. "Ah," she said. "We will set that. Sit, child." He sat. The chair was made for him. "I am going to lay my hands on your forehead," she said. "I am going to look, with my magic, at the inside of your head. There is a thing in there that should not be there. You may feel a small heat. You may, if it is what I think it is, hear a voice. The voice is not yours and you do not have to listen to it. Do you understand?" He understood. She laid her hands on his forehead. The scar above his right eyebrow, which had been a thin pink lightning shape since he was 15 months old, woke up. It had been quiet so long that Harry had forgotten it could not be quiet. It burned. It burned the way the inside of an oven burns when you have not yet pulled out the bread and the smell tells you that you are about to. Then a voice, very faint and very thin and full of a polished smiling malice that had nothing in it of any goblin or any wizard he had yet met, said, in the center of his head, "Stupid little," the voice did not finish. Helgi's hands, which had been warm, went cold, and the cold poured through his forehead and down into the scar and met the voice halfway and the voice stopped as if a door had closed on its toe. "Hush, you," Helgi said, conversationally, to the inside of Harry's skull. "You are very rude and you are not staying." She took her hands away. She did not look surprised. She looked the way Petunia had looked, once, when she had opened the freezer and found the chicken had gone off. She washed her hands at a small basin in the corner of the room. She washed them 3 times. She came back. "Lord Potter," she said. The change of address was deliberate. "There is a fragment of a man's soul lodged in the wound on your forehead. It has been there since the night you were given the wound. It is not, at this moment, dangerous. It is, in time, dangerous. Left where it is, it will, by the time you are 18, have eaten half of you. We will not leave it where it is. The forge will burn it out. It will not hurt you. It will hurt it. With your permission, we will do this thing tonight." Harry, who did not understand all of the words, understood the shape they made. "Yes," he said. He spent the rest of the morning in Helgi's chair while she set, with small clean snaps that did not hurt, the 4 small old breaks in his left forearm and the 2 in his ribs and the 1 at the back of his right ankle that had been, all his life, the reason he limped on cold mornings. She fed him a thin green soup that tasted of nettles and made his teeth feel as if they had been cleaned for the first time. She gave him a vial of pale blue stuff to drink at sundown. She gave him another, paler, to drink at dawn. She told him, with the gravity of a goblin telling a lord a thing the lord must hear, that he was very thin, that he would not be very thin in 3 weeks, and that he was not, on any account, to thank her. "We do not," she said, "do this for thanks. We do this because it must be done. Now. There is a small man in a charcoal coat at the door who would like to take you to see your rooms." The rooms were not what Harry expected. He had expected, perhaps, a cell. He had been raised on cells. The rooms were, instead, a small bright suite at the end of a corridor that smelled of beeswax. A sitting room with 2 armchairs the right size and 1 armchair the wrong size, for guests, my lord, we shall have guests in time, a small bedroom with a bed that did not creak, a smaller bath with hot water that came when he turned a tap and went away when he didn't, a window in the bedroom that looked out, like Helgi's, on something it could not possibly be looking out on, in this case a stretch of grey northern sea with a ship on the horizon. Bogrod set a small kit bag on the chair and did not unpack it. "You have," Bogrod said, 2 hours of your own. There is bread and cheese in the cupboard. There is a brass bell on the table by the door. If you ring the bell I will come. If you do not ring the bell I will come anyway, in 2 hours, with a tutor." "Bogrod," Harry said, when the goblin was at the door. Bogrod paused. "Are you going to be?" Harry hesitated. He did not have the word. "Around?" Bogrod's clever monkey face did the small movement that was the goblin equivalent of a smile. "Lord Potter," he said, "I have been assigned to your person. I will be around for some time." He closed the door very gently. Harry sat, in the chair the right size, and looked at the grey northern sea in his window, and the small thing in his chest that had been a hum and then a song and then a chord lay quiet at last, the way a dog lies down once it has decided that the house is safe. He did not cry. He had not cried at Privet Drive when Vernon had hit him, and he had not cried in the long stone hall when Ragnarok had bowed, and he had not cried in Helgi's chair when the small old brakes in him had snapped clean and at last, and he did not cry now. He would, eventually, in years to come, cry. But not yet. He was 5. He had not yet decided he was allowed. Instead he ate 2 slices of bread and a wedge of pale yellow cheese, and he watched the ship in his window cross the horizon, and at the end of 2 hours when Bogrod opened the door he was standing waiting and his shoes were tied and his face was clean. The tutor was a very old goblin called Master Ulrich, who had been the keeper of the runes of the eastern door for 60 years, and who, when he saw Harry, said, in a tone of frank professional interest, and sat down on the floor cross-legged and patted the rug beside him. "Sit, Lord Child. Do you know your alphabet?" "Yes." "The English one?" "Yes." "Show me." Harry recited it. "Good. Now I am going to teach you another. It will take a week. We will then begin a third. By the end of the month you will read the wards on this bank as fluently as you read the inside of a cereal box. Are you content?" Harry, who had read very few cereal boxes and almost no wards, nodded. By the end of the first hour he had learned 12 runes. By the end of the second he had read his own name in goblin script and had drawn it twice on a slate and had been told, with the dryness that Harry was beginning to understand was the goblin equivalent of warmth, that his hand was passable. The healer came at sundown. She came with the iron rod and the jar of tar, and Ragnarok and Bogrod and a goblin Harry had not yet met, a square broad-shouldered woman in a leather harness with a sword at her hip and a face like a kept fire. Helgi introduced her, briefly, as Master Solveig. "She will not be needed tonight," Helgi said. "She is here to see, only. She will teach you, beginning tomorrow, the use of your own hands and the discipline of your own breath. Tonight we walk down to the forge." They walked down. The 1,046 steps were faster the second time. The white fire in the cradle on its plinth was still burning when they came through the door of stone bone, and the 4 sigils on the disc warmed under his shoes again, and Harry stood at the center, and Helgi, with the goblin healer's small precise gentleness, laid her hand on his forehead one last time. "This will not hurt you," she said. "It will be loud. The fire knows what to do. Do not be afraid of the noise. Do you understand?" He did. Helgi spoke a word that was not a word. The white fire in the cradle reached up, in a thin clean line like a finger, and touched his forehead. The voice in his scar, which had been silent all day, woke up screaming. The screaming was not a sound that came out of his mouth. It came out of the scar. It was a high thin furious screaming in a language Harry did not know but recognized, the same language that Bogrod had said in the bedroom at dawn was older than wizards and a great deal more respectable, only twisted, only soured, only made a thing it had not been meant to be. The screaming lasted for what felt to Harry like a long minute and was, by Ragnarok's later reckoning, 2¼ seconds. The white fire in the cradle did not flicker. The 4 sigils on the disc did not dim. Solveig, by the door, set her hand on her sword and did not draw it. The screaming stopped. A small grey-black thing the size of a hornet rose out of the lightning shape on Harry's forehead, hung for a moment in the air, and was, very calmly, by the white fire, unmade. There was no smoke. There was no smell. There was only, inside Harry's head, where the screaming had been, a quietness so complete that he heard, for the first time in his life, the inside of his own thinking with no stranger in it. He sat down on the disc. His legs simply, without consulting him, folded. "Good," said Helgi. "That is done." She crouched beside him. She put 2 fingers under his chin and turned his face to the light. The lightning shape on his forehead was, when she had finished examining it, still there, but it was no longer pink. It was silver. It was a small clean silver scar like a struck match, and it would be silver, Harry would discover, for the rest of his life. "You have," Helgi said, "a great many years ahead of you, Lord Potter. Most of them, I think, will be loud. Tonight, sleep. In the morning, Master Solveig will begin to teach you how to stand." He slept. He slept, in the bed that did not creak, for 14 hours. He woke to the sound of small quiet feet in the corridor and the smell of porridge and the steady song of his own magic, in his own chest, with no second voice underneath it, and he understood, with the steady clarity of a child who had been taught nothing and was therefore willing to learn anything, that the small grey-black thing in the forge had been, for as long as he could remember, eating the edges of his dreams. He had not known. He had thought everyone's dreams had grey edges. His dreams, after that night, were the color they were meant to be. Master Solveig, in the morning, taught him to stand. It took an hour. She had him stand barefoot on a square of cold flagstone with his feet a shoulder's width apart and his knees soft and his shoulders down and his crown lifted, as if a small kind hand were pulling on the top of your hair, Lord Child, only not pulling, only suggesting. She walked around him. She prodded his sternum once with a finger and watched him not topple. She pushed his shoulder, lightly, and watched him recover. She nodded. "You are," she said, "a small thin scared boy, and we are going to make you a small thin standing boy first, before we make you any other kind. Standing is everything. From standing comes breath. From breath comes magic. From magic comes everything. We will, in this room, every day, for a year, breathe and stand. You will hate me by the end of the 2nd week. You will love me by the end of the 3rd. By the end of the year you will not remember how it felt to live in a body that did not know how to hold its own weight. Do you understand?" He did. He hated her at the end of the 2nd week. He loved her at the end of the 3rd. By the end of the 1st month, in the goblin training rooms beneath the bank, Harry Potter could stand for an hour without moving and could breathe in patterns that made the small song in his chest open and close like a fan. By the end of the 2nd, he could move, in a slow watchful walking, through the 8 forms of the goblin first art, which Solveig called, simply, the art of not being where the blow lands. By the end of the 3rd he had been struck only twice in a session, both times by Solveig herself, both times deliberately, both times so that he could feel where he was still slow. "You are," Solveig said, on the morning of the day Harry turned 6, "a quick child. You will be, in time, a dangerous one. We have not, you and I, even begun." The room she taught him in was, like Helgi's window, not what it appeared to be. It was a stone chamber 3 doors down from his rooms, square, with a high arched ceiling. It had no windows. It had, on the wall opposite the door, a wide brass dial with 2 hands, one long, one short, which Bogrod had explained to him on the day he had been moved into it. "Time, Lord Child," Bogrod had said, "is not, here, exactly what it is up there. The room is built on an old foundation. Master Ulrich and Master Solveig and I and Helgi, and 3 other scholars whose names you will hear in time, have spent 40 years tuning the foundation. Inside this room, an hour is," Bogrod had paused, the way a man pauses when he is choosing between several true and unwieldy answers, more than an hour. "Outside, an hour is an hour. You will spend, in this room, a great deal of your childhood. In the world above, you will not, for some time, be missed." He had not been missed. He had spent, by his 6th birthday, 6 months in the world above and 3 years in the room. He had grown, in those 3 subjective years, 8 inches, and added 11 pounds of small clean child's muscle and learned to read in 4 alphabets and to hold a knife and to throw it and to sit on a horse and to fall off a horse and, twice, to break a board with the heel of his palm. He had been ill once, with a fever that had lasted 4 subjective days, and Helgi had sat by his bed every one of them and spoon-fed him a soup that tasted of marigolds, and the fever had, on the morning of the 5th, broken, and Helgi had patted his hand and said, "You are well. Good. Eat your egg." He had eaten his egg. He had also, at some point during his 2nd subjective year of the training, begun to dream of Hogwarts. The dream was always the same. He was standing on a wide stone terrace under a sky the color of wet slate, and below him, in a long shallow valley, a castle was waking up. He could not see it clearly. It was always at the edge of waking. The towers were wrong, or right but too many, the windows shifted, the lake at its foot was not always a lake but was sometimes a long mirror, and sometimes a long sleeping eye. There was a sound that came up from the castle in the dream that Harry came, after the first dozen times he had it, to recognize as the slow steady breathing of a thing very large and very old that had been asleep but was no longer. In the dream, the castle would, eventually, open one of its windows. A long thin warm wind would come out of the window. The wind would lift the front of his hair. The wind, every time, said the same thing. "Home soon, child." He told no one, at first. He thought he was making it up. He thought, perhaps, that the small grey-black thing in his scar had left a residue in his sleeping head, although Helgi, when he asked her, looked at him with her steady old gold eyes and said, "No, Lord Child. There is nothing in you that is not yours. I checked. I check. What is the dream?" He told her. She listened. She did not interrupt. When he was done she sat back and folded her small old hands in her lap and said, "Ah." "Ah," he said. "The castle," she said, "is a person. It has been a person, although a strange and slow and very large one, since the 4 of them built it. They built it, in part, by giving it a part of each of themselves. Most years it sleeps. It only wakes when its heir wakes, and there has been no heir to wake it for a long time. It is dreaming, Lord Child, because you are dreaming. It will, when you are old enough, wake all the way. We will, in time, send word." "To the castle?" "To the headmaster." "A different matter. The castle does not need word. The castle knows." She lifted her teacup. "Drink your soup, Lord Child." He drank his soup. The letter to Petunia went out at the end of his 6th subjective year of training, by which point he was, in the world above, not quite 7, and in the world below, 11.5. He had asked, with a care that surprised himself, whether he could write to her. He had not asked, exactly, to speak to her, he was not sure, yet, what he wished to say. But there was, in the careful child in him, a small piece of unfinished business with the woman who had screamed Lily 3 times in the kitchen of number 4, Privet Drive, and the unfinished business would not let him alone. Ragnarok, when Harry asked, considered the request with the same care he gave to vault transfers. "You may write to her, my lord," he said, "but you should know that we have, since the day you were brought to us, opened a small steady correspondence with her on your behalf. She knows you are well. She knows where you are not. She does not know where you are, and we do not, for the bank's reasons, propose to tell her. We have, in addition, returned to her, 3 months ago, a parcel of objects that belonged to her sister. We thought she might wish to have them. She wrote, in reply, a short letter. The letter is in your folder. Would you like it?" He would. The letter was on cheap blue stationery he recognized. It said, "To whoever this concerns, I have read your letter and I have looked through the box. I do not know what to say to most of it. I will say this. I knew, when she was 11 and they came for her, that the world she went to was not for me. I do not regret that. I do regret that when they brought her boy to my door I did not look at him long enough to see, before I put him in the cupboard, that he was not her punishment. He was hers. He is hers. I am sorry. I will not write again. Tell him, if you tell him anything, that the cupboard is empty. Tell him, if it would mean anything to him, that there is a box of his mother's things in the loft, addressed to him, with his name on it in her handwriting. He is welcome to it whenever he sends a person to take it. I will not be the person. Petunia. Harry read the letter twice. He folded it neatly along the crease Petunia had folded it along. He put it back in the envelope. Is the box in the loft real? He asked. It is, my lord. We will send a courier this week, with your permission. Send Bogrod. Bogrod, my lord, will be honored. Bogrod went the next morning. He came back the same afternoon with a small wooden box about the size of a loaf of bread, lacquered black, with the name Harry in a long looping handwriting on the lid. Harry sat on the floor of his sitting room, with the box in his lap, for a long time, and Bogrod, with the impersonal kindness of a clerk, sat in the wrong-sized armchair and read a small book and did not look at him. Harry opened the box. The box held a christening blanket, white once, yellowed now, with stitched ducks along the border, a small velvet pouch with a baby tooth inside, a photograph of a thin red-haired woman holding a baby outside a hospital, the same photograph he had been forbidden to look at on Privet Drive, only here it moved, here she rocked the baby and kissed the baby's head and looked up at the camera and smiled, a long ribbon of dark green silk, a folded letter on heavy parchment in a slanting copperplate hand he did not know, and, at the bottom, a small ring on a thin silver chain. The ring was old. The ring was a green stone in a setting shaped like a coiled snake. The ring, when his small fingers closed on it, made the song in his chest sit up and bow. He read the letter. The letter was from a woman whose name was Iolanthe Smith, who had been, the letter said, a great-aunt of his mother's mother, on the side of his mother's mother's mother who had been a smith of Badgerwood, and the letter was the kind of letter a great-aunt writes to a young woman she has been forbidden to acknowledge, the kind of letter a woman writes once and seals and entrusts to a solicitor and says, when the child is of age. His mother had received it on her 17th birthday. She had, the letter implied, not entirely understood it. She had, however, kept it. The letter explained, in a copperplate hand that was patient and dry and did not waste a word, that the Smiths of Badgerwood had been the senior surviving branch of the line of Helga Hufflepuff, that Lily Evans was, by an accident of 3 squib generations and a long careful hush, the rightful heir, and that the ring on the silver chain at the bottom of the box had belonged, once, to Helga's daughter, and had been passed, woman to woman, for 31 generations. Lily had pinned the ring to the inside of her wedding dress on the day she had married James Potter, and had then, the letter implied, packed it carefully in this box, with this letter, with these other things, against the day when her son would be old enough to need it. Harry sat on the floor of his sitting room with the small green ring in his small thin hand, and he closed his fingers around it, and he closed his eyes. He did not cry. He did not cry, but when Bogrod looked up from his small book he saw, on his small lord's small face, a quiet that was new, a quiet that had nothing in it of the cupboard and nothing in it of Vernon, a quiet that was, perhaps, the first quiet of Harry Potter's life that had been built by Harry Potter himself. Bogrod, Harry said. My lord. How long until I am 11 up there? Bogrod considered. He had, in fact, calculated. 4 years, 2 months, and 3 weeks, my lord, by the world above. In here, however many you need. Harry opened his hand. He looked at the green ring. I am going to need, he said, all of them. Bogrod inclined his head a 1/4 inch. My lord, he said, we will be ready when you are. In the dream that night, the castle in the wet slate valley opened a window, and the long thin warm wind that came out of it lifted Harry's hair, and the wind said, this time, not home soon, child, but home nearly, child, and Harry, in the dream, lifted one small hand to the castle in answer, and the castle, for the first time, lifted, in a slow stone gesture that should not have been possible at the size it was, one small wing of itself in answer. He woke from the dream with the green ring's chain warm against his chest. It was not yet dawn. The grey northern sea in his bedroom window was the color of pewter, and the ship that crossed the horizon every morning was nowhere yet to be seen. Harry sat up. He set both his small bare feet on the cold flagstone of his bedroom floor, the way Solveig had taught him, and he stood. Standing was, as Solveig said, everything. He stood for 1 minute. He counted his breaths. He thought, very carefully, about the wind in the dream and the small stone wing of the castle answering him, and he thought about the green ring, and he thought about his mother, who had pinned the green ring to the inside of her wedding dress on the day she had married his father, and he thought about the woman called Iolanthe Smith who had written a letter to a young woman she had been forbidden to acknowledge, and he understood, with the slow clean clarity that the small song in his chest gave him these days, that he had a great deal to learn before he was 11, and that he was, beginning this morning, going to learn it differently. He had been, until now, the goblins' patient. He was, beginning this morning, going to be their pupil. He went to the small low table by his bed and took up the brass bell and rang it once. Bogrod was at the door inside 30 seconds. He had, Harry suspected, been sleeping at the door, although Bogrod would never, on his own honor, admit such a thing. "My lord." "Bogrod. I want to begin the politics." Bogrod did not blink. "My lord," he said, "Master Scarn has been waiting." Master Scarn was a goblin warrior of the second rank who had served, in his youth, as an embassy to 4 wizarding houses in 3 centuries, and who had, on his retirement, taken up the keeping of a small library inside the bank devoted to the constitutional history of wizarding Britain. He was younger than Bogrod, which is to say only 140, and he had a jagged smile that had cost him 3 teeth at the Battle of the Long Bridge in 1612. "Sit, Lord Child," he said, when Bogrod brought Harry to him in the small library that morning. "I am going to tell you a story. The story is the story of a country. The country is yours. Do you know what country I mean?" "Britain, sir." "No. Not Britain. The wizarding world is not a country. It pretends, sometimes, to be a country. It is, in fact, an arrangement. 5 families in 5 chairs in 1 room agree, on a Tuesday, to a rule. By Friday the rule is the law. By Sunday the law is the order. By Monday the order is the world. The arrangement is, on its surface, the Wisengamot. Beneath the arrangement is a great deal of money, a great deal of marriage, a great deal of habit, and an unbroken pattern of one old man, in any given generation, sitting in the highest chair in the highest room and saying, with great kindness, what should and should not be done. You, Lord Child, are about to disturb that pattern. We are going to teach you, before you do it, what the pattern is, and where its joints are, and how, exactly, to break a joint without breaking your own arm in the doing of it. Are you content?" He was content. He spent that morning, and every morning for the next subjective year, in Scarn's library, learning the names of the families and the colors of their seats and the long thin tangled history of their marriages. He learned that the Wisengamot had, in theory, 50 seats, of which 30 were ancient and noble, 7 were founders' chairs that had not been claimed since the time of Edward I, and the remainder were elective. He learned that the founders' chairs, when occupied, took precedence over all other seats including the chief warlocks, and that no chief warlock, including the present incumbent, had any constitutional power that could not be vetoed by an heir of the houses casting a single vote from any one of those 7 chairs. He learned, by the second subjective month, that he, Harry James Potter, would on the day of his 11th birthday be the only person on earth entitled to sit in 4 of those 7 chairs. He learned, by the 3rd month, the standing orders of the Wisengamot. He memorized them. Scarn had him recite them from the back to the front. He learned the points of order. He learned the 7 motions that could not be tabled. He learned the 11 that could. He learned that the prohibition of fire in the chamber, dating from a particularly heated 1487, had never been rescinded, and that a sufficiently careful heir could, by lighting a single candle on the floor of the chamber, force a recess. He learned the names of the Death Eaters who had bought their way out of Azkaban with money and a story about being under the Imperious Curse. He learned which of those names were on the lists of withdrawals from his own family vault. He learned, by the 4th month, that 9 of them were. Those 9, Scarn said, on the morning of the day he taught it, you will, when the time comes, take their houses, their gold, their seats. You will take them lawfully. You will take them in open court. You will take them with witnesses. You will not, Lord Child, take them in the dark. We are not assassins. We are bankers. There is a difference. What is the difference, sir? Scarn's jagged smile bared his 3 lost teeth. An assassin, he said, leaves the body in a ditch. A banker leaves a receipt. We will leave receipts. He learned, by the 8th month, the long careful history of the Order of the Phoenix, including its budget, its membership, its safe houses, the names of the 7 properties registered to it under shell ownership, the names of the 4 solicitors who had moved money on its behalf, and the small sad fact that of the 47,000 galleons taken from his family vault in the past 4 years, 31,000 had gone to a single property in Islington, the deed to which was held by a man named Mundungus Fletcher, who had been dead for 2 years and whose corpse had been quietly buried by his cousin and whose name had been used, since his death, as a convenient signature on documents that an actual living man would not have wished to sign. That property, Scarn said, is the Order's headquarters, if and when the Order is reconvened. It is also, I suspect, presently empty. It is, in any case, ours when we want it. There is no need to hurry. The money, you understand, is what matters. Why, sir? Scarn put down his pen. Because, Lord Child, he said, the man with the most money is, in any room, the man whose silences are the loudest. We are going to make your silences very loud. By the end of the first subjective year of his political education, Harry Potter, age 8 in the world above and almost 12 in the rooms below, could recite the precedents of the Wisengamot from memory in 3 alphabets, name the holders of all 43 currently occupied seats, name the 7 heads of every department of the Ministry of Magic, name the 4 men and the 1 woman who had served as minister within his own lifetime, and write a clean 3-page brief, in his own slanting, goblin-trained hand, on any motion Scarn put to him in less than an hour. Solveig, in her training room, taught him to fight. She did not teach him to duel. Dueling, she said, with the small contempt of a person who had once watched 2 wizards in dress robes circle each other for 40 minutes because neither had the legs to step out of the chalk circle, was a thing for stage shows. She taught him to fight. She taught him to fight on a stair. She taught him to fight in a corridor. She taught him to fight with his back to a window and the window open and the drop below him 3 stories and a row of railings. She taught him that the first half of any fight was knowing whether the fight could be avoided, and the second half was, if it could not, ending it before the other side had decided whether it had begun. She taught him a sword, eventually, which was a small clean curved blade no longer than his forearm, and she taught him the 4 cuts and the 7 guards, and she taught him, on the morning of his 9th birthday in the world above, that he was, for a child, very good, and that he would not, for some time yet, be very good for an adult, and that he was, on no account, to start any fight he was not certain he could finish. I won't, master. You will, she said. But you will lie to me about it later, and we will both pretend you did not. He laughed. He had begun, in the rooms below, to laugh. He laughed, also, with Helki, who had taken to bringing her marigold soup to him in the evenings and sitting in the wrong-sized chair while he ate it and asking him, in her small dry way, what he had learned that day. He laughed with Ulrich, who, on the morning Harry first read a goblin marriage contract from the year 1402 without prompting, made a small crowing sound that no one in the bank had heard in 20 years. He laughed, even, with Scarn, whose jagged smile became, by the end of the second subjective year, a thing that Harry's small song in his chest greeted, on sight, like a friend. He did not laugh with Ragnarok. Ragnarok was not, in himself, a creature for laughter. But Ragnarok, on the evening of Harry's 10th birthday in the world above and his 16th in the room, brought him a small wooden box about the size of a chess king, and laid it on the low table between them, and said, "Open it, my lord," and Harry opened it. The box held a wand. It was not, Harry knew at once, the wand a wand-maker on Diagon Alley would have sold him. It was longer than a wand-maker's wand, by an inch, and it was made of a wood Harry did not know, a wood the color of dark honey with a long fine grain that, when he turned the wand in the lamplight, ran in a slow spiral from grip to tip. The grip was wrapped in a thin band of green leather. The core, when Harry held the wand up to his ear and listened the way Ulrich had taught him to listen to old runes, sang a low clean note that was, exactly, the note the small song in his chest had been singing since the morning the candle in the deep vault had lit. "It is," Ragnarok said, "a founder's wand. It was made, 843 years ago, by a wand-maker called Heir of Cruelty, who made one wand for each of the 4 founders and one, Lord Child, for their heir. The wood is yew from the grove at Hogsmeade. The core is a thread of feather from the phoenix that perched on Godric Gryffindor's shoulder, a hair from the mane of the unicorn that walked beside Helga Hufflepuff, a scale from the basilisk that Salazar Slytherin raised in the chamber, and a barb from the wing of the eagle that flew above Rowena Ravenclaw. They are bound in the wand by the small white fire of the forge. The wand has been waiting, in this box, in a vault 11 floors beneath us, since Ira put it there. It has, until tonight, refused every hand. It will not refuse yours." Harry took the wand out of the box. The small song in his chest, which had been a chord, became a hymn. The room around him brightened. The 4 shields, which had followed him through every door he had passed through in 2 subjective years and which now lived, mostly, in the rafters of his sitting room, lifted their painted heads. The lion roared. The roar was louder than a kitten's sneeze. It was, this time, the size of a real lion's, and the small low song in the wand answered it, and for a moment Harry's small thin hand and the small thin wand in it were outlined in the same soft white fire that had walked along the edges of his hands in the hall at Privet Drive 5 years and a long careful subjective decade ago. Ragnarok, in his bloody mantle, did not bow. He had bowed enough. He looked, instead, at his small lord, and he said, very quietly, "We are nearly ready, my lord." "Nearly," Harry said. He turned the wand in his fingers. It fit. It did not, the way Ulrich's 3rd practice wand had, the way Solveig's wooden practice sword had at first, push back against him. It fit the way a hand fits in a glove that has been waiting, 843 years, on a cold shelf, for the right hand. He thought, then, of the dream of the castle in the wet slate valley. He thought of the long thin warm wind that came out of the open window. He thought of the small stone wing. He set the wand back, very carefully, in its box. He closed the lid. He looked up at Ragnarok. "How long until I am 11 up there?" he said, although he knew the answer to the day. He liked, by now, to ask the question. He liked, by now, the answer. 11 months and 4 days, my lord. Then we have, Harry said, a great deal to do. Ragnarok inclined his head a quarter inch. "My lord," he said, "we will do it." That night, in the dream, the castle in the wet slate valley did not lift one small stone wing in answer to him. It opened the great door at its foot. The door was tall as a cathedral. The door was thick as the wall of a fortress. The door was bound in iron the color of a bell. The door swung wide on a hinge that had not turned in 843 years, and the light that spilled out of the open door across the wet slate of the valley was a soft warm white, and the wind that came out, this time, did not lift his hair. It bowed, very slightly, in front of him, the way a butler bows before a child of the house, and it said, in a voice that was not a wind but was, at last, a voice, "My lord. Your rooms are ready." We have, between us, a great deal to do. Harry, in the dream, in the soft warm white light from the open door of Hogwarts, smiled. It was a small smile. It was a slow smile. It was, Bogrod would, much later, attest, when he saw it for the first time on his small lord's small face in the waking world, the smile of a child who had at last understood that the room he was about to walk into was, all of it, his. He stepped through the door. Far away, in a tower in Scotland, an old man in a long silver beard looked up from the third unanswered letter he had written that week to a small boy who was no longer at the address on the envelope, set down his pen, and said, to the empty room, in a voice that had begun to crack along its edges, "Where, child, have they put you?" The room, sensibly, did not answer. But somewhere in Scotland, in a long shallow valley by a long deep lake, a castle in a wet slate dawn lifted, at last, all of itself awake, and the great door at its foot stood open, and the light from inside spilled out across the wet slate, and a small thin boy, in a dream and in a room beneath a bank in London, walked through it. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Dumbledore Reckoning. Diagon Alley, on a bright Tuesday morning in late July, did not, on first sight, look like a place that was about to lose its compass. The cobbles were the color of wet bone. The shutters along the street had been thrown back. The windows of Florian Fortescue's were full of the silver blue of a spell-charmed cabinet of ice creams, and outside the window of Elop's Owl Emporium a small pale owl was preening with the mild self-satisfaction of a creature that had recently eaten. A woman with a basket of toad spawn was haggling pleasantly with a man whose left ear was on a chain around his neck. A pair of children with new wand boxes under their arms were arguing about Quidditch teams in the patient, exhausted tone of siblings who had had this argument every day for a year. Then the air over the bank steps shimmered, and the people in front of the bank steps stopped talking, and the children with the new wand boxes turned their heads, and the woman with the toad spawn set down her basket, and the man with the ear on the chain swore, very softly, in a language his mother had warned him not to learn. 2 goblin guards in burnished mail and bat helmets had stepped out of the bank. A third goblin had stepped out behind them in a long charcoal coat with a high mandarin collar. A small boy in a coat the color of the deep green of a summer pool had stepped out behind the goblin in the charcoal coat. The boy was 11 years old, by the world's reckoning. He had black hair that fell, neatly cut, just above the collar of his coat. He had green eyes the color of a clean bottle. He had, on his forehead, where his fringe did not quite cover it, a small clean silver scar in the shape of a struck match. He carried no luggage. He wore, at his hip, in a long thin sheath at his belt, what looked like a wand and was, in fact, a wand. He stood, on the top of the bank steps, with his hands clasped behind his back and his shoulders down and his crown lifted as if a small kind hand were pulling on the top of his hair, and he looked at Diagon Alley the way a small clear pond looks at the sky. Then a woman in the small crowd at the foot of the steps said, in a voice that carried Merlin's breath, "That's the Potter boy." Diagon Alley, very slowly, turned its head. Bogrod, at Harry's elbow, did not move. He had been Harry's keeper for 4 years and a long careful subjective decade, and he had crossed Diagon Alley with him in a slow careful walking simulation in the goblin training rooms 107 times, and the walking now was, in his small clever calculations, a great deal less interesting than the walking had been on the 83rd simulation, when Solveig had introduced a man in the crowd with a knife. There was, today, no man with a knife. There were several men with sticks, by which Bogrod meant wands, but the wands were holstered and the men were merchants and shop owners and one was a journalist and none of them, Bogrod's quiet professional eye said, would draw a wand on a small lord under goblin guard in a public street in broad daylight. The 2 bat-helmeted guards, in front, had begun to walk down the steps. Bogrod and Harry followed. The crowd, with the slow careful intelligence of a flock of birds that had decided, without taking a vote, to parted. A great shape detached itself from the crowd at the foot of the steps and, beaming so widely that the rest of his face was lost in beard, came forward. "Harry," the great shape said. "Harry Potter, ain't it?" The 2 bat-helmeted guards, with the clean economy of a single move that had been drilled in them for 100 years, set themselves between the great shape and Harry. The great shape stopped at the polite distance of 3 feet that the points of 2 halberds had drawn for him. Bogrod said, in his small dry voice, "Mr. Hagrid." "Now look here," Hagrid said, his beard bobbing, "I been sent. I been sent to fetch him. From where he was. Only, he wasn't where I went. So I been waitin'. I don't reckon I know your name, sir." "Bogrod, of Gringotts. We have, Mr. Hagrid, met. You may not remember. It was 31 years ago. You delivered, on behalf of the headmaster, a very small parcel from Vault 713 to the office of Mr. Albus Dumbledore on the morning of the 31st of July. Hagrid's beard slowed, the way a clock slows when the spring is going. "Ah," he said. "Ah, that was a private, it was, Mr. Hagrid, and we will have, in time, a different conversation about it. For now. Lord Potter is here on the bank's business. He will be, at midday, attending the Wizengamot. He does not, this morning, require an escort." Hagrid blinked. "Wizengamot? Wizengamot. He's 11. He is, Mr. Hagrid, 11. Harry, between them, lifted his eyes to Hagrid's. He had, in the long careful subjective decade in the rooms below the bank, learned a great many things, and one of them, on which Scarn had drilled him for an entire month, was the use of the eye in a public street. The eye, Scarn had said, was a wand a child could carry in his face. The eye said yes or no without anyone in the crowd hearing the word. The eye said you and not you. The eye said come closer or do not. Harry's eye said, gently, hello. Hagrid's enormous shoulders, which had been set, came down 1/4 of an inch. Hello, Harry said, in a small clean voice. You knew my parents. Yes, lad, I did, I would like, when I have time, to hear about them. Not today. Today I have an appointment. May I write to you, Mr. Hagrid? Hagrid's beard went, all at once, wet. You can write to me, lad. You can write to me any day of the week. I'll be at the school. They keep me at the school. I'm the gamekeeper, I am, then I shall write to you at the school. He did not, this time, offer a hand. Hagrid was a man you did not offer a hand to in a public street. He inclined his head, instead, the small 1/4 inch he had learned from Ragnarok, and Hagrid, after a moment in which his face fought a small unequal war with his face, inclined his head back. The 2 bat-helmeted guards, with the same single drilled move, stepped aside, and Harry walked past Hagrid with his shoulders down and his crown lifted, and Diagon Alley, watching, made a sound that was not a sound but was a long collective intake of breath. He had crossed half the cobbles before the shimmering started over the bank steps for the second time. He did not look back. He had been told, by Scarn, on the morning of the rehearsal of this exact moment, not to look back. The crowd, behind him, would tell him, more eloquently than any glance, who had arrived. The crowd, behind him, told him in a single rising, polite, frightened murmur of the name Albus. Albus Dumbledore, in lemon-yellow robes that should have looked ridiculous and did not, with his half-moon spectacles perched on a nose like the prow of a small careful ship and a smile that had, at 50 paces, the warmth of a lit hearth, came down the steps of Gringotts at a brisk professional pace and crossed the cobbles toward the small boy in the green coat. Harry, Dumbledore said, when he was 20 feet away. He was, Bogrod's small clever ear noted, slightly out of breath. Harry, my dear boy. I have been looking for you. Harry stopped walking. The 2 bat-helmeted guards stopped. Bogrod stopped. He did not, at first, turn. He stood, with his back to the headmaster of Hogwarts, on the cobbles of Diagon Alley in the bright Tuesday sun, and he let the silence sit for the precise 3 seconds Scarn had told him to let it sit. 3 seconds, Scarn had said, was the length of time it took an old man who was used to being answered immediately to discover that he was not going to be answered immediately. 3 seconds, Scarn had said, was a great deal longer than it sounded. Harry counted them. Then he turned. "Headmaster Dumbledore," he said. The voice was small and clean and polite and entirely unhurried. "I am sorry. I have an appointment. May I help you?" Dumbledore's smile did not, by any visible amount, falter. The eyes behind the half-moon spectacles, however, did a very small, very interesting thing. They sharpened. The way a tool sharpens, when it understands that what is in front of it is not the wood it expected. "Harry," he said again, very gently. "I have been writing to you." The letters were returned. "I had thought, perhaps, that the letters were returned, sir, because I do not live at the address. As you, I imagine, intended." Dumbledore paused. The pause lasted only a quarter second, but it was, in its smallness, larger than the pause Hagrid had given him. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "I am, of course, delighted to see you well. I had not expected to find you in Diagon Alley today." "Might I ask, sir," Harry said, very gently, "I am, as I said, on my way to an appointment. With your permission, should like to keep it. We will, I am certain, have a great deal to say to each other. Today is not, however, the day. Good morning." He turned back. He resumed walking. The two bat-helmeted guards, in front, resumed walking. Bogrod, at his elbow, resumed walking. Diagon Alley, behind them, did not resume anything. It stood, in the bright Tuesday sun, watching the lemon-yellow robes and the silver beard of Albus Dumbledore stand alone in the middle of the cobbles for a moment that was, by the Wizarding Street's polite accounting, exactly 3 seconds longer than was comfortable. Then Dumbledore, with an apologetic smile that did not, this time, reach his eyes, raised one hand and said, "To the heir, of course," and the heir, unconvinced, said nothing. By the time Harry's small green coat had vanished under the awning of Madame Malkin's, where a fitting that had been arranged for the past week was waiting, the journalist in the crowd had already begun to write. The Wizengamot, at noon, did not look like a place that was about to lose its compass either. It looked, from the visitors' gallery, like an enormous round room with a great vaulted ceiling and a single carved ring of seats around the floor and, at the center of the floor, a small podium with a brass microphone and a brass railing and a small brass bell. The seats were upholstered in a faded plum velvet. The walls were paneled in a dark oak that had absorbed, over 5 centuries, a great many speeches and no apologies. The high windows, which were charmed, showed a sky the color of new lavender, although outside, in London, the sky was the bright blue of a London noon. 43 of the 50 seats were occupied. The 7 founders' chairs, as they had been for 600 years, were not. Harry, at the door of the chamber, stood between Bogrod and a tall fair-haired man in pale grey robes who had come, at Ragnar's request, to introduce him. "Lord Cyrus Greengrass," the man said quietly to Bogrod, "of the ancient and noble house of Greengrass. Honored to be of service. Lord Potter, you are quite ready?" "Quite ready, sir." Lord Greengrass, who had a face that had been shaped, over 40 years, by the particular discipline of saying nothing in court that he could not, 6 months later, defend in writing, looked down at Harry with the brief professional curiosity of a barrister meeting his first client of the morning. He had not, until a fortnight ago, met Harry. He had agreed to introduce him, sight unseen, on the strength of a letter from the director of Gringotts and a single short conversation with his daughter, who was 11, and who had, when he had told her the name of the small boy he was about to meet at the bank, gone very still, and said, "Father." "He is real, then?" Real, Lord Greengrass had thought. He had not yet known what she meant. He understood, now, looking at the small thin boy in the green coat with the small clean silver scar on his forehead and the small song of magic in his small narrow chest that, at this distance, made the hair on the back of Lord Greengrass's neck stand pleasantly on end, what she had meant. The boy was real. The boy was, in fact, more real than most people Lord Greengrass had met in his life. Then, Lord Greengrass said, "Let us proceed." The doors of the Wizengamot, which were tall and oaken and bound in the old iron of the chamber's first construction, opened at his approach. The sergeant-at-arms, a small thick wizard in a robe the color of a butler's coat, stepped out and bowed to Lord Greengrass and then, with an audible hesitation, bowed to Harry. "Lord Greengrass," he said. Lord Potter," Harry said, gently. "Heir of the houses of Gryffindor, of Slytherin, of Hufflepuff, and of Ravenclaw. Here, by Article 3 of the Statute of the Wizengamot of 1487, to claim the 4 chairs of his houses and to take his seat." The sergeant-at-arms's mouth opened. The sergeant-at-arms's mouth closed. The sergeant-at-arms turned, very slowly, into the chamber, and called, in a voice that had been trained for 40 years to carry the names of every visiting dignitary over the heads of 43 peers in plum velvet, "Lord Harry James Potter, heir of the Founders, claiming the 4 chairs of the houses, requesting the floor." Inside the chamber, somebody dropped a quill. It was, in the great vaulted silence that followed, the only sound for a long second. Then the Wizengamot, with the slow careful intelligence of 43 pairs of eyes that had decided, in a single instant, that the comfortable Tuesday session of routine business they had come for was, in fact, going to be the longest Tuesday of their professional lives, turned its head. Harry walked into the chamber. He walked, as Scarn had drilled him to walk, in a slow even pace with his hands clasped behind his back. He did not look up at the gallery. He did not look at the rows of plum velvet. He looked, only, at the small podium at the center of the floor, and he walked to it, and he climbed the 3 small steps to it, and he set both his small hands on the brass railing, and he turned, and he raised his eyes, at last, to the Chief Warlock's chair. The Chief Warlock's chair, today, was occupied by Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore, who had arrived from Diagon Alley by Flynn 9 minutes ago, had had time to swap his lemon robes for the deep purple of his office and to set on his head the small embroidered cap of his rank, but he had not, Bogrod's small clever eye noted, had time to compose his face. The face was composed now. The eyes behind the half-moon spectacles were the eyes that had sharpened on the cobbles and had not, since, gone unsharp. Dumbledore lifted, from the small brass tray beside his chair, the small silver hammer that was the gavel of his office, and rapped it, once, on the brass disc. "This chamber recognizes," he said, very evenly, "Lord Greengrass, sponsor, and Lord Potter, claimant. Lord Potter. You are 11 years of age. I am, headmaster. Lord Potter. The chairs of the Founders have not been claimed, in this chamber, in 600 years. You will, I trust, be patient with us if we ask for the customary proofs. I expected, headmaster, that you would." The proofs took 28 minutes. They consisted, in their entirety, of a single goblin clerk, brought in at Lord Greengrass's request from Gringotts, who climbed the small steps to the podium beside Harry, set down on the brass railing a small flat black basin of the same stone as the basin in the long stone hall under the bank, drew, from a small silver case, the same green stone needle, and asked Harry, with the polite formality of a clerk asking a customer to sign a deed, for 3 drops of his blood. Harry gave them. The basin filled with silver. The silver wrote, this time, on the air of the chamber in pale gold fire that climbed all the way to the lavender ceiling, "Harry James Potter, son of James Charles Potter, son of Fleamont Potter, son of Henry Potter, etc., Lily Evans Potter, daughter of Margaret Evans, daughter of Florence Prince, etc." The list ran. The list ran. The list did not stop. At the head of the list, when the list at last stopped, 4 shields hung in the air above the podium. A lion. A snake. A badger. An eagle. 43 pairs of eyes, in plum velvet, did not move. Albus Dumbledore, in the Chief Warlock's chair, set both his old hands very carefully on the arms of the chair and held them there. "The chamber accepts," he said, after the precise length of silence that propriety required, "the claim of Lord Potter to the 4 chairs of the Founders. The chairs may be occupied. Lord Potter, if you will." Harry stepped down from the podium. He did not walk to the 7 empty Founders' chairs at the head of the chamber, although a number of pages, with a great deal of confused goodwill, had begun to drift in their direction. He walked, instead, to the floor of the chamber, in front of the podium, and he raised his small clean voice, and he said, "Headmaster Dumbledore. Honorable members. With the chamber's permission, I should like, before I take any of my 4 chairs, to lay one matter before this body, on the floor, as a private citizen. A small matter. It will not, I think, take long." Dumbledore inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. The chamber, with the practiced attention of a body that had learned, in the past 28 minutes, that the Tuesday session was going to be the kind of Tuesday the Daily Prophet would be writing about for a month, leaned forward. "The chamber recognizes," Dumbledore said, very evenly, "Lord Potter, on the floor." "Thank you, Headmaster." He turned, slightly, so that he was facing the chamber rather than the chair. He set his small hands at his sides. He did not, as he had been taught not to, raise his voice. The chamber, on his small clean tone, leaned a further inch forward. "On the night of the 31st of October, 1981, Harry said, Headmaster Dumbledore, who was that night, as he is now, the chief warlock of this body, was named, by the operation of certain papers signed by my parents and certain emergency provisions of the law of guardianship, my magical guardian. He was so named, by his own affidavit before this body on the 3rd of November, 1981, in trust. The trust was the Potter family vault, of which the Potter Trust account for the support of a minor ward formed only a small fraction. The papers of trust required Headmaster Dumbledore, in his stewardship, to apply the resources of the vault solely to my support and to such other purposes as my parents had, in writing, before their deaths, authorized. Headmaster Dumbledore signed those papers. He has not, by the bank's books, submitted an annual statement of trust to the bank in any of the past 9 years. He was, of course, not required to. He was the chief warlock. The bank, in the spirit of the treaty, accepted his administration on faith. A small ripple, very quiet, went through the chamber. Harry, on the floor, did not stop. Between the 2nd of November, 1981, and the 7th of June, 1991, he said, Headmaster Dumbledore, by the bank's books, signed for the withdrawal, from the Potter family vault, of 47,212 galleons. The withdrawals were itemized. I have, with me, copies. The chamber may, if it wishes, examine them. The withdrawals were made, in every itemized case, in support of an organization called the Order of the Phoenix. The Order of the Phoenix is not a body recognized by this chamber. It is not, by its own articles, a charity. It has not, by the records of the Department of Charities, ever been registered as one. It is, by its own description in its private documents, a private military association. My parents did not authorize, in any document presently on file at the bank or in the Ministry of Magic, the application of the Potter family vault to the support of a private military association. I have, with me, that record also. The ripple, in the chamber, became a shift. Albus Dumbledore did not move. The hands on the arms of the chair did not lift. The eyes behind the half-moon spectacles did not narrow. He had, Lord Greengrass would later say, the face of a man watching a wave that he had seen a long way out and had decided, when he saw it, not to step out of. I lay before this body, therefore, Harry said, very quietly, the question of whether the chief warlock of this body has, in his administration of the trust of a minor ward of this body, breached the trust. I lay also, in support of the question, the documents I have named. I do not, on the floor, today, ask for a verdict. I ask, only, for the chamber to receive the documents, and to refer them, by the standing motion of Section 14, to the Committee of Privileges, for inquiry. I yield the floor. He yielded the floor. He stepped, with the small even pace Scarn had drilled in him, away from the podium and toward the 4 empty founders' chairs at the head of the chamber, and he climbed the 3 small steps to the highest of them, and he sat. The chair, which had been empty since 1487, and which had been carved, in the time of Edward I, for a man considerably larger than Harry, adjusted, very quietly, around him. The arms came in. The seat lifted. The high carved back, which was crowned with a small carved lion and a small carved snake and a small carved badger and a small carved eagle, settled at the precise place where it should settle for a small thin boy of 11, and the 4 small carved animals on the back of the chair lifted their small carved heads, and the lion's eye glittered, and the snake's tongue flickered, and the badger blinked once, and the eagle, which had been carved, turned its small bright head and looked down at the chamber. The chamber, with the slow careful intelligence of a body that had at last understood the size of the room it had walked into, made no sound at all. Dumbledore lifted, again, the small silver hammer. The chamber, he said, very evenly, receives the documents. The chamber, by the standing motion of Section 14, refers them to the Committee of Privileges for inquiry. The chamber, in the matter of the inquiry, will sit, in the chamber's pleasure, on Friday of next week. The chamber, for now, will return to the order of the day. He set the hammer down. He did not, this time, look at Harry. Harry, in the high chair at the head of the chamber, set his small hands on the brass arms, and looked at him. Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry said, very quietly. On a point of order. Dumbledore raised his eyes. Lord Potter. By the standing orders of this body, Section 18, an heir of the founders sitting in any one of the founders' chairs may, on a single motion, call a vote of no confidence in the Chief Warlock. I call that motion. I move the question. For the first time that morning, the eyes of Albus Dumbledore behind the half-moon spectacles did, very briefly, close. Lord Greengrass, in his seat near the front of the chamber, did not allow himself a smile, although he allowed himself, in the long discipline of his face, a single slow inhalation through his nose. The chair, Dumbledore said, after a measured second, recognizes the motion. The motion is in order. The chair, in the spirit of the standing orders, vacates the chair for the duration of the vote. The chair, by Section 18, names Lord Potter as the convening officer of the vote. Thank you, Headmaster. Dumbledore stood. He stepped down from the Chief Warlock's chair. He walked, with the same brisk professional pace with which he had crossed the cobbles of Diagon Alley 2.5 hours earlier, to the gallery and out of the chamber. He did not look back. He did not, on his way out, look up at the 4 small carved animals on the back of the high carved chair at the head of the chamber, although the 4 small carved animals on the back of the chair, with the slow careful intelligence of carved things that had at last been given a person to attend, watched him go. The door of the chamber closed behind him. Harry, in the high carved chair, set his small hands on the brass arms and turned to the chamber. I will call the roll, he said. By the standing orders of this body, an aye is a vote of confidence in the present Chief Warlock. A nay is a vote of no confidence. Abstentions will be recorded. Lord Greengrass, of the ancient and noble house of Greengrass. Nay, said Lord Greengrass, very evenly. Lord Bones, of the ancient and noble house of Bones. Nay, said Lady Amelia Bones, who was, on Tuesdays, the head of her house, and whose small square face gave nothing away. Lord Longbottom, of the ancient and noble house of Longbottom. Nay, said the Dowager Augusta Longbottom, with the brief satisfaction of a woman who had, for 9 years, had a great deal to say to Albus Dumbledore on the subject of a particular orphan grandson and had not, until now, had a chamber prepared to listen. Lord Malfoy, of the ancient and noble house of Malfoy. There was a pause. Lucius Malfoy, in his seat near the back of the chamber, in robes the color of a winter morning, had not, in his 9 years on the Wisengamot, ever been called second to a child of 11, and he was, for a moment, not certain what shape his face was making. The shape settled, after a second, into a small careful smile that did not, by any visible amount, reach his pale eyes. "Nay," he said, very pleasantly. It was not, Scarn had said in the rehearsals, the answer Harry had needed. The vote, by Scarn's count, was already won. It was, however, the answer Lucius Malfoy had calculated. Lucius Malfoy was, by Scarn's count, a man who would always vote against the man who held the chair he himself wished to hold. Lucius Malfoy had wished, for 9 years, to hold the chair that Albus Dumbledore had been holding for 30. The roll continued. The roll took, in its entirety, 19 minutes. When the roll was done, and the count had been read aloud by the sergeant-at-arms in his trained carrying voice, the result was 31 nays, 8 ayes, and 4 abstentions. The chair of the chief warlock of the Wisengamot of the magical government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland was, by the standing orders of the chamber, vacant. Harry, in the high carved chair at the head of the chamber, lifted, from the small brass tray beside the chair, the small silver hammer that had, 6 minutes earlier, been Dumbledore's. He weighed it, briefly, in his small thin hand. He set it back, very gently, on the brass tray. "The chamber," he said, very quietly, "will appoint a new chief warlock, by the standing orders of Section 19, on Friday of next week. Until that day, the duties of the chair will, by Section 20, be discharged by the senior holder of a founder's chair. The chair, today, recognizes that responsibility. The chamber, today, will return to the order of the day." There was, for a moment, no sound in the chamber but the small distant tick of a clock in the gallery. Then Lady Amelia Bones, in her seat near the front, set down her quill, and stood, and said, in the brief dry voice that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had, for the past 4 years, learned to fear, "Madam Chair. On the order of the day. I move, by the courtesy of the chamber, that the order of the day be suspended, and that the chamber, in recognition of the historic claim of the heir of the founders, recess until tomorrow morning. So that, Madam Chair, certain administrative matters may be set in order." Harry, in the high carved chair, inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. "The motion," he said, "is in order. The chamber will vote." The chamber voted. The motion carried. The chamber recessed. Harry, in the high carved chair at the head of the chamber of the Wisengamot of the magical government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, set his small hands on the brass arms of the chair that had been empty since 1487, and breathed in, very slowly, the way Solveig had taught him to breathe in standing, and he felt, in his small narrow chest, the small song of the founder's forge bow, very quietly, to a small song that had answered it, at last, from the high carved back of the chair behind his head. The 4 small carved animals on the back of the chair settled, very slowly, back into their carved sleep. Outside the chamber, in the long marble corridor, Albus Dumbledore was waiting. He stood at a window with both hands clasped behind his back. He did not turn, when Harry came out. He waited, with the patient discipline of a man who had been waiting in marble corridors for 50 years, for the small even footfalls to come up beside him and stop. They came up. They stopped. "Harry," Dumbledore said. He did not, this time, look at him. He looked, still, out of the marble window at the courtyard below, where a man in a ministry robe was eating, with great care, a sandwich. "Harry, my dear boy. May I have a moment?" "You may, headmaster. You are aware, of course, that what you have done today is irreversible." "I am, headmaster." "You are aware that I have given my life to the protection of this country. That the resources you accuse me of having misappropriated were, in every case, applied to that protection. That the man we have, both of us, reason to fear, is not, even now, dead, and that he will not, even now, remain quiet for very long. I am, headmaster. I have given the matter, in fact, a great deal of thought. And you have, nonetheless, decided, this morning, to break the chair. I have, headmaster, decided that the chair was held, for 30 years, by a man who used it to spend a child. I do not, headmaster, at 11, propose to be the second. There was, for a long moment, no sound in the marble corridor but the very small distant scuff of the ministry man's sandwich paper. Then Albus Dumbledore turned, very slowly, and looked, for the first time that day, into the green eyes of Harry Potter. The eyes that looked back at him were the eyes of a small thin clean boy who had stood, that morning, on the cobbles of Diagon Alley with his shoulders down and his crown lifted, and who had walked into the chamber of the Wizengamot at noon and broken, with one motion, the most powerful seat in the wizarding world. The eyes were not angry. The eyes were not, even, cold. The eyes were, Albus Dumbledore would later say, merely awake. Headmaster, Harry said, very quietly. I will, tomorrow, send a clerk to your office at Hogwarts. The clerk will require, from you, the keys you hold in my name, the papers you have signed in my name, the records of every meeting at which my name was discussed, and a list, written in your own hand, of every person who has, in the past 9 years, been told, by you, anything about me. The clerk will also collect, from your possession, the Medal of the Order of Merlin, First Class, which was bestowed on you, on the 2nd of November, 1981, for the safekeeping of the boy who survived. The medal, by the standing orders of the chamber that bestowed it, is forfeit when the safekeeping is found, on the floor of the chamber, to have been a fiction. He paused. He looked, for a long second, at the silver beard of the man who had, for 30 years, been the most powerful man in the wizarding world. Headmaster, Harry said. The clerk will be a goblin. He will not be patient. I would advise you to be ready when he arrives. He did not wait for an answer. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch, with the small clean courtesy of a small clean boy who had been raised, for 10 subjective years, in a bank, and he walked, with his hands clasped behind his back and his shoulders down and his crown lifted, away down the long marble corridor. Albus Dumbledore stood at the window for a long time. The ministry man in the courtyard below finished his sandwich. The ministry man wrapped the paper, carefully, and put the paper in a small bin. The ministry man, with the patient discipline of a man who had been eating sandwiches in the courtyard at noon for 30 years, walked away. Albus Dumbledore said, very softly, to the empty courtyard, well. He said it again. The second time, the word went out of him with the small dry sound of the air leaving a thing that had, until that moment, been holding a great deal of it. Well, he said. He turned, after a long moment, from the window, and he walked, with his hands clasped behind his back and his shoulders, for the first time in 30 years, not entirely down, away down the long marble corridor in the opposite direction. In the courtyard below, the small bin made a single small contented sound and the wrapper inside it settled. Far away, in a long shallow valley by a long deep lake, a castle in a bright blue noon lifted, in a slow stone gesture that should not have been possible at the size it was, the great iron-bound door at its foot, and the door swung wide, and the long thin warm wind that came out across the wet slate said, in a voice that was, at last, a voice in the waking world, my lord. We are ready when you are. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Castle Awakens. Platform 9 3/4, on the morning of the 1st of September, was full of the bright white steam of the Hogwarts Express and the bright loud noise of 300 students saying goodbye to their families, and Harry Potter, in a coat the color of a deep summer pool with the small clean silver scar showing through his fringe, walked through the brick at 10 with Bogrod at his elbow and the 4 bat-helmeted goblin guards in burnished mail at 3 of his 4 corners, and the platform, on his arrival, did, all at once, what Diagon Alley had done 6 weeks earlier on a bright Tuesday, it stopped talking. The pause did not last long. Scarn had said, in the rehearsals, that it would not. 300 students had 300 parents and 300 farewells to finish. The murmurs took the place of the silence almost at once, only a quieter, sharper murmur than the one that had been there before, and the parents, with the small careful intelligence of parents who had been reading the Daily Prophet for 6 weeks and had had, in that time, more than enough to think about, gathered their children a fraction closer to themselves and watched, over their children's heads, the small thin boy in the green coat walk with his guards down the platform. He did not look up. He had been told not to. He walked, in the slow even pace Scarn had drilled in him, to the door of the third carriage, where Lord Greengrass was waiting, with 2 girls. "Lord Potter. May I present my daughter, Daphne. And her friend, Miss Tracy Davis." Daphne Greengrass, in a robe the color of a winter's first frost, was tall for 11 and pale and grave, and her eyes, which were a clean blue-gray, looked at Harry with the brief professional curiosity of her father. "Lord Potter," she said, and inclined her head 1/4 of an inch. "Miss Greengrass." Tracy Davis, in a robe a shade brighter than her friend's, with hair the color of a fox's pelt, did not incline her head. She grinned. The grin was the grin of an 11-year-old girl who had, on the train ride down to King's Cross from Edinburgh, been told 3 times by her best friend that the small thin boy in the green coat was not, on any account, to be grinned at, and who had decided, on first sight of him, that her best friend was going to lose all 3 bets. "Hi," Tracy said. Harry, who had been drilled by Scarn for 9 subjective months in the small precise courtesies of the wizarding child of an ancient and noble house and who had not, in any of those months, been drilled in what to do when grinned at, did the only thing his small careful mouth knew how to do. He grinned back. It was a small grin. It was, Bogrod's small clever ear noted, the grin of a child who had learned to grin from Tracy Davis in the first 1/4 of a second. It would, Bogrod suspected, prove a useful addition to his small lord's small careful inventory. "Hi, Miss Davis." "Tracy." Or Trace. Or Trace from Edinburgh. "Daff calls me Trace from Edinburgh because she thinks it is funny, only it is not, only she thinks it is." "It is, Tracy," said Daphne, objectively, funny. "It is, Daff, objectively, not." Lord Greengrass, in his pale grey robes, allowed himself, in the long discipline of his face, the small fraction of a smile that was, for him, the equivalent of a hearty laugh. "My lord," he said, "I have, with your permission, taken the liberty of arranging that the carriage at the front of the train, which is the prefect's carriage and is, by old standing, the carriage at the disposal of any sitting member of the Wisengamot, be made available to you for the journey. The girls will, with your permission, ride in it. There are, also, at the carriage now, 3 other children of houses I have, in the past month, spoken to. I trust you do not mind." "I do not mind, Lord Greengrass. I am, in fact, grateful." The other 3 were, at the carriage, waiting. Susan Bones, niece of the Lady Amelia Bones and ward of her aunt since the loss of her parents in the war, was a stout cheerful 11-year-old with her aunt's small square face and her own clean copper braid, and she stood up from her seat when Harry came into the carriage and inclined her head with the small clean precision of a child who had been raised, on her aunt's knee, in the tradition of the chamber. Neville Longbottom, in robes that were just 1/4 of an inch too short at the cuffs because he had grown 2 inches over the summer and his grandmother had, in the careful Longbottom economy, decided he could wait another year for the new robes, did not stand up but did, with a small bright sudden color in his round face, smile. Hermione Granger, in a robe so new that the price tag was still attached to the inside of the left cuff, was sitting with her hands clasped in her lap and her eyes the size of saucers and her mouth set in the careful straight line of an 11-year-old who had been told, by the wizarding child she had befriended on the platform, that the boy who was about to come into the carriage was a great lord of the magical government of Britain, and who had decided, on hearing this, that she would not, on any account, embarrass herself. Miss Bones. Mr. Longbottom. Miss Granger. He had said the names easily. He had memorized them with Scarn 3 days earlier off the lists Lord Greengrass had supplied. He sat down in the seat that Susan, with the small clean precision of a child raised on her aunt's knee, had left for him at the window, and he set his small hands on his small knees, and he looked, with his small clean green eyes, at the 4 children in the carriage with him. "Thank you," he said, "for coming." Hermione Granger, who had read 3 biographies of the boy who survived in the past 6 weeks and had concluded, on the evidence of the 3rd, that he was probably a fiction invented by a ministry for the support of a depressed people, opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again, and said, in the voice of a girl who had decided to ask the only question that mattered, "Is it, please, Lord Potter, true that you read in 4 alphabets?" Harry, after a very small startled second, laughed. The laugh was, Bogrod, in his seat in the corner of the carriage with the small book he was always reading, would later attest, the first laugh of his small lord's life that had been entirely without reservation. It surprised everyone in the carriage, including the Lord. It surprised, most of all, the Lord. "Yes, Miss Granger," he said. "I do. 5, if you count the goblin script of the southern provinces, which is, I read, very different from the northern. 6, then. I had not counted it. You are correct. The southern is very different." Hermione Granger's face did a thing that Harry would, in time, learn to recognize as the face of a young witch who had, at long last, found a person at school who would, on a Tuesday evening, sit with her and discuss the difference between 2 scripts of a language she had, until that summer, not known existed, and the small narrow muscle at the back of Harry's small careful neck, which had been tense since 7 minutes past 10 that morning, came down, very quietly, half an inch. "I should very much," Hermione said, "like to learn." "I should be glad," Harry said, "to teach you." The carriage, after that, settled. Tracy Davis told a story, for an hour, about a hippogriff her uncle had mistakenly tried to ride at a wedding. Susan Bones, who knew the uncle, corrected 3 details. Neville Longbottom, with a slow careful pleasure that Harry, who had been raised on Vernon's hand, would later identify in himself, ate a chocolate frog and gave the card to Hermione because she, he said, with a small bright suddenness, would like it. Hermione, who had not, until that moment, been given anything by another wizarding child, set the card very carefully in the pocket of her new robe and patted the pocket twice. Daphne Greengrass watched, with the patient pale blue gaze of a girl who had been raised, on her father's knee, to count the pieces on a board before moving any of her own, and at the end of the first hour she said, very evenly, "Lord Potter. Forgive me. I have a question." "Daphne. Please." "At the school, my lord, where will you sit?" The carriage went, for a moment, quiet. The question, even by Daphne's standards, had been uncommonly direct. Tracy Davis's grin slid, by a degree, into the shape of a girl who had been waiting for someone else to ask. Harry, at the window, looked out at the green gold-grey of England rolling past, and he set both his small hands on his small knees, and he said, very evenly, "I do not, Miss Greengrass, intend to be sordid." There was, for a second, no sound in the carriage but the steady hum of the train. "I beg your pardon," said Susan Bones, very politely. "The sorting hat," said Harry, "is an old enchanted artifact of the 4 founders. I have, in the past 6 weeks, with the help of my tutor in runes, read its enchantment in 4 alphabets. The enchantment was not written, in any of those alphabets, to bind an heir of any of the houses to a single house. It was written to assist students, in the absence of an heir, with the choosing of a house. There has not been an heir at the school in 843 years. The hat, with the small clean precision of an artifact that has been doing one job for a long time, has, in that time, sorted every student that has come into the Great Hall. It will not, when I come into the Great Hall, sort me. It will, on touching my head, recognize its master. It will, then, do what an old well-tuned artifact does on meeting its master after a long absence. It will name me. After that, the staff of the school will find that the rooms in the school will, by the recognition of the castle, have arranged themselves around me. There will be a wing. The wing will be the Founder's wing. It will accept, with my invitation, any student I name. That is, with your permission, where I propose to sit. He paused. He looked, in turn, at Daphne. At Tracy. At Susan. At Neville. At Hermione. I would, he said, very evenly, be honored, if you would, the 5 of you, take the wing with me. The carriage, on the small clean evenness of his voice, did not move. Then Tracy Davis, with a small bright sudden grin that had, on the platform that morning, lost her best friend 3 bets, said, well, Daff. So much for sorting. I suppose we are, then, his. Daphne Greengrass, in the pale grey of her father's profession, allowed herself, in the long discipline of her face, the small fraction of a smile that was, for her, the equivalent of a hearty laugh. My lord, she said, should be honored. Susan Bones, with the small clean precision of a child raised on her aunt's knee, said, Lord Potter. My aunt will, I think, want to send a letter. With your permission, she will. I, however, do not need to wait for her letter. I should be honored. Neville Longbottom, with the slow careful color of a boy who had been told, by his grandmother, that his name was a great name and that he was, in time, to do credit to it, set his small round chin on his small round chest for a moment, and lifted it, and said, very quietly, my grandmother will write also, I think. I should be honored, Lord Potter, before her letter. Hermione Granger, who had been raised by 2 dentists in Crawley and who had not, until 6 weeks ago, known that the wizarding world had a magical government with chairs and seats and standing orders, opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again, and said, in the small bright voice of a girl who had decided to be brave, yes, please, my lord. Harry, at the window, looked at the 5 of them, and the small song in his small narrow chest, which had been a hymn since the morning of his 11th birthday, lifted, very quietly, into the small clean shape of a chord. Then, he said, we are 6. The Hogwarts Express, at 6:30 in the evening, drew into Hogsmeade Station in a long warm hiss of steam. The sky over the loch was the deep blue of an evening that has not quite forgotten the blue of the day. The mountains around the valley were the deep purple of evening mountains. The lights of Hogsmeade, at the foot of the village, were the soft orange of small old lamps that had been lit, one, by the same small old man for 40 years. The students, on the platform, in their black robes with their house ties not yet pinned to them, milled about in the slow careful intelligence of 300 children who had been told, by an older brother or by a fond aunt, that the first night was the night that would, more than any other, decide where in the school they would sit for 7 years. Hagrid, with his great lantern lifted, stood at the head of the platform and called, in his great kind beard-muffled voice, Fur's years. Fur's years me, please. He saw Harry. His beard, with the small bright sudden color that had, 6 weeks ago in Diagon Alley, made it wet, did the same thing again. He did not, however, this time, close the distance. He nodded. He nodded the small nod that Scarn had drilled in Harry, only Hagrid's was not drilled. Hagrid's was the nod of a great man who had, in 6 weeks of letters in a small clean hand, learned from Harry the small clean dignity that had not been allowed to him in his own school years and had, in his great kind beard, found a place to live. Lord Potter, he said. If ye'll come this way. Harry, with the small clean precision of a small clean boy who had been raised, for 10 subjective years, in a bank, and his 5 new friends, with the quieter precision of 5 children who had decided, on the train, to follow him, came that way. The boats, on the loch, were the small black boats that had ferried first-years across the water for 900 years. The small song in Harry's small narrow chest, when his small thin foot stepped into the small black boat that Hagrid had set for him at the head of the line, did, all at once, a thing it had not done since the morning the candle in the deep vault had lit. It rose. It rose into a long clean note that was not, this time, a chord but was the single long clean note of a bell that had been waiting, for 900 years, for the right hand to ring it, and the loch, at the small thin foot in the small black boat, lifted, very quietly, in answer. The water, beneath the keel, brightened. The water, beneath the keel, was warm. The small black boat, without an oar in it, slid forward across the dark water of the loch, in front of the rest of the line, of its own accord, and the other small black boats, with the slow careful intelligence of a flock of boats that had decided, in a single instant, to follow, slid after. Hagrid, in his great boat at the head of the line, did not, at first, notice. When he did, his beard, which had at last dried, did again the thing it had done on the platform. "Bless me," he said, very quietly, into the dark water of the loch. "Bless me, Lily, look at the lad." The lad, in his small black boat at the head of the line, did not look back. He looked, only, at the long shallow valley at the far end of the loch, where, on the shore, on the wet slate of his dream, the great iron-bound door at the foot of the castle was, with a slow stone gesture that should not have been possible at the size it was, lifting, at last, in the waking world, all of itself awake. The great hall of Hogwarts, at 7:30, was the high vaulted hall of his dream and was not. It had 4 long tables along its length and 1 long table across its head, and it had a charmed ceiling that was, tonight, the color of the deep blue of an evening that had not quite forgotten the day, and it had 400 faces in 2 great sweeps along the 4 long tables, all of them turned toward the door, and the small careful song of his magic in his small narrow chest, on his crossing of the threshold, did the same thing it had done in the small black boat. It rose. It rose into a long clean bell note, and the high vaulted ceiling of the great hall, on the note, brightened, and the long charmed candles that floated, in the still air, above the 4 long tables, with a soft small collective lifted, and the great hall, all at once, was a degree too warm, and 400 faces, with the slow careful intelligence of 400 faces that had, in the past 6 weeks, read the Daily Prophet, did, in unison, what the Wisengamot had done at noon on a Tuesday in late July. They turned. They held. Professor McGonagall, at the head of the line, in her tall green hat, with the small leather scroll under her arm and her face set in the small clean discipline of a woman who had been, for 40 years, the discipline of this hall, looked, very evenly, at the small thin boy in the green coat at the head of her line. "Lord Potter. Professor McGonagall. You will come, with your year, to be sorted. Professor. Forgive me. With your permission, should like, before the sorting, to say a small thing to the hall." Professor McGonagall's small clean discipline did, very briefly, do the thing it did when a student was about to make her morning more interesting than her morning had wished to be. She looked, for a small precise second, at the high seat at the center of the head table, where Albus Dumbledore, in robes the color of a deep night sky, with the small embroidered cap of his rank no longer on his head and the long silver beard set, very evenly, on the front of his robe, did, very evenly, return her look. "My lord," Dumbledore said, very evenly, from the high seat at the center of the head table. "The hall is, by old custom, the headmaster's. With your permission, however, I yield it." He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. The 400 faces in the hall did not move. Harry, at the head of the line, in the small green coat with the small clean silver scar showing through his fringe, walked, with the slow even pace Scarn had drilled in him, into the hall. He did not climb the steps to the head table. He stopped, instead, at the foot of the dais, in front of the small 3-legged stool on which the sorting hat had been set out. He set his small hands at his sides. He raised his small clean voice. "Sons and daughters of the 4 houses," he said. "I am Harry James Potter, heir of Gryffindor, heir of Slytherin, heir of Hufflepuff, and heir of Ravenclaw. I have come, tonight, into my school. I do not ask for the sorting. I ask, only, that the artifact on the stool tell you what it is the artifact's office to tell you on the coming of an heir." He raised, with the small clean discipline of a small clean boy who had been raised, for 10 subjective years, in a bank, his hand. "Hat. To me." The sorting hat, on the small 3-legged stool, did, all at once, what no sorting hat had ever done in the recorded history of Hogwarts. It lifted itself, by the brim, 6 inches off the stool. It rotated, in the air, until its old faded brim was facing him. It bowed. It bowed in a slow careful inclination of its old faded crown that was, in the soft small lift of the long charmed candles above the 4 long tables, the deepest bow that the hat had ever made or would ever make. It cleared its small old throat. It said, in a voice that the rafters of the great hall of Hogwarts had not heard in 843 years, in a voice that was, somehow, all 4 of the voices that had been sung into it on the morning of its making and was, somehow, no one of them, my lord. I serve the heir. The 4 long tables, in unison, made a sound that was not a sound. The high charmed ceiling of the great hall, on the small clean evenness of the hat's voice, brightened by another degree. The long charmed candles, in the still air, lifted by another ½ inch. Somewhere, far down the wall on the right-hand side of the hall, a stone in the wainscoting, with a small dry sound that was the sound of a stone settling at last into a place it had been waiting, in a long shallow valley by a long deep lake, 843 years to settle into, settled. A door, beside the stone, opened. It was a door that, by the careful map of Hogwarts that hung in Professor McGonagall's office, had not, in any of her 40 years at the school, been on the wall of the great hall. It was a door of dark oak with a small brass handle and a small carved lintel above which, in the soft small light of the lifted candles, 4 small carved animals were carved. A lion. A snake. A badger. An eagle. The 4 small carved animals, in unison, lifted their small carved heads. My lord, the Sorting Hat said, very softly, to the small thin boy in the green coat at the foot of the dais. Your wing is ready. Harry inclined his head 1/4 inch. Thank you, he said, very quietly, to the hat. We will, in time, speak again. Will you, for tonight, sort the rest? My lord. With pleasure. The hat, in the air, 6 inches above the small 3-legged stool, did the slow careful inclination of its old faded crown again. The hat, with a small bright collective sigh of the rafters of the great hall of Hogwarts that no one in the room was certain they had heard, settled, very quietly, back onto the stool. Harry turned. He looked, for a small precise second, at the high seat at the center of the head table. Professor McGonagall, he said, with your permission, I shall, with the 5 students at the door, withdraw, for the duration of the sorting and the feast, to the wing the castle has prepared. We will, with your permission, return, after the feast, for any introductions the staff may wish to make. I thank the hall. I thank the headmaster. I thank the hat. He inclined his head 1/4 inch. He walked, with his 5 new friends in a small careful line behind him, across the floor of the great hall of Hogwarts, to the small carved door beside the small carved lintel under which the 4 small carved animals were, very quietly, watching him come, and he set his small thin hand on the small brass handle, and the small carved door, with no sound at all, opened. The light that came out of it across the floor of the great hall was the soft warm white of the small white fire of the forge. He stepped through. The 5 children behind him, with the slow careful intelligence of 5 children who had decided, on a Hogwarts express, to follow him, stepped through. The small carved door, with the same small dry sound of a stone settling at last, closed. The 400 faces in the hall did not move for a long second after. Then Albus Dumbledore, at the high seat at the center of the head table, set both his old hands very carefully on the arms of his chair, and held them there, and breathed in, very slowly, the way a man breathes who has been, for 30 years, the largest thing in any room he has walked into and who has, this evening, been told, very politely, by an 11-year-old boy and an enchanted hat and a stone in a wainscoting and a door that had not, in his 40 years at the school, been on the wall. That he was no longer. He did not eat at the feast. The feast, behind the closed small carved door, on a long table in a high warm hall the like of which Tracy Davis, in her 11 years of small bright sudden grins, had not seen, was, by the small clean careful Count of Bogrod, who joined them after the soup, the best meal Harry Potter had eaten in his life. The Founders' Wing, when Bogrod had toured it earlier in the evening with the small careful footfalls of a clerk inspecting a deed, had 6 bedrooms, a sitting room that was not unlike the sitting room of a small old country house, a library of which Hermione Granger, on the first sight of it, made a small sound like a bird discovering a bath, a dining hall that, when not in use, folded itself away into a side pocket of the wing and produced, when called for, a small cozy round table for the breakfasts, and a window, in the sitting room, that looked out, exactly, on the long shallow valley by the long deep lake at the wet slate dawn of Harry Potter's dream. The window, when Harry first looked through it that night, did not, this time, show him a castle waking in the wet slate. It showed him a castle that was, all of it, awake. The long thin warm wind that came out of the open door at the foot of the castle in the window lifted, very gently, the small dark fringe over the small clean silver scar on his forehead, and the wind, in his ear, said, in the voice it had said it in the dream, "My lord. The staff are, in the hall, at supper. 3 of them have, in the past quarter hour, decided what they intend to do. 2 will, in the morning, write to your guardian. 1 will, before the night is over, attempt to enter your mind in the corridor. Shall I, my lord, prevent him?" Harry, at the window, with the small careful song in his small narrow chest, set both his small thin hands on the cool stone of the sill. "Castle," he said. "Who?" "The Master of Potions, my lord. Severus Snape. He has, by his old custom, set a small careful chair in the corridor outside the small carved door. He will, when you come out at the end of the feast, bow, and say good evening, and look, for half a second, into your eyes, and what he means to do with the half a second is the thing he has done, in the corridor, to every first year of his house for 19 years. Harry was quiet for a moment. "Castle," he said. "He may try." "My lord?" "Let him. Show him, when he tries, what is in the room he has just walked into. Show him the forge." There was, in the long thin warm wind in his ear, a very small silence. Then the wind, with the slow careful intelligence of a wind that had at last understood that the lord it had been waiting 900 years for was not, after all, going to be the kind of lord who held back, did the small dry sound of a wind that, if a wind could, would have laughed. "My lord," the wind said, with pleasure. The castle showed him. It showed him at 5 minutes past 10 that evening, when Harry, in the small green coat with the small clean silver scar showing through his fringe, opened the small carved door on his way back into the great hall to thank the hall and was met, in the corridor, by a tall thin man in robes the color of a winter night with a long curtain of black hair and a face like a very kept fire, who bowed in a small ironic bow that did not, by any visible amount, soften his eyes, and who said, very evenly, "Good evening, Mr. Potter," and looked, for a small precise half-second, into Harry's small clean green eyes. The half-second became a second. The second became 4. The Master of Potions of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who had, for 19 years, used his small precise half-second in the corridor outside his classroom to look, with a discipline he had taught himself in a long cold cellar in a long cold winter 20 years before, into the head of every 11-year-old that had passed through it, and who had, for 19 years, learned, in his small precise half-second, the things he had needed to know about the children he was about to teach, found, on the 463rd such half-second of his career, that the head he had walked into was not, on any account, the head of an 11-year-old. He found, on the 463rd such half-second of his career, that he had walked, instead, into a round chamber of polished black stone with a single iron cradle at its center on which a fire of soft warm white was burning that did not consume anything, and 4 sigils inlaid in metal on the floor of the chamber, and that the 4 sigils had, on his stepping into the chamber, brightened, and that the chamber, with the slow careful intelligence of a chamber that had been built 843 years before, to recognize its master and to defend him, had, very quietly, around him, closed. He did not, then, fall to the floor of the corridor outside the small carved door of the Founders' Wing of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, although he would later do so. He stood, for a long 6 seconds, with the small precise half-second of his discipline pinned, in his head, to a wall of polished black stone in a round chamber 3 levels below the deepest vault of Gringotts Bank, and he heard, in the small still air of the chamber, the small clean voice of an 11-year-old boy who he had not, until that evening, been afraid of, say, very evenly, Master Snape. Be careful. Severus Snape was, that night, careful. He fell, 6 seconds later, to the stone floor of the corridor outside the small carved door. He did not, as he fell, drop his wand, although his wand, when his hand at last opened, slid an inch from the small fingers and lay, very quietly, on the stone. He was, by the small clean assessment of Bogrod, who came through the small carved door at the long thin warm wind's small careful summons, breathing. He was, by the small clean assessment of Madame Pomfrey, who came down the corridor at a brisk professional pace 9 minutes later, immobilized. He would be immobilized, by Madame Pomfrey's careful estimate, for between 3 and 7 hours. He would, when he woke, have a headache. He would, when he woke, have a very great deal to think about. He was, by the small clean instruction of Harry Potter, in the small green coat at the door of the Founders' wing, not to be punished. He did not, Harry said, very quietly, to Madame Pomfrey, know what he was walking into. He does, now. We will, in time, with the headmaster, discuss it. For tonight. Please. He should rest. Madame Pomfrey, in her crisp white apron, with her small efficient face and her small efficient hands and her old reliable conviction that the children of Hogwarts, including the Lord ones, were, on her ward, hers, looked, for a small precise second, at the small thin boy in the green coat. She did not, by any visible amount, soften. But she did, with the small dry economy of 40 years of looking at small thin boys in the corridor outside her ward, incline her head 1/4 of an inch. My lord, she said. I will, then, take him to the ward. I will, in the morning, have a word with the headmaster myself. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. You are welcome, my lord. She levitated the long black-clad shape of the Master of Potions onto a stretcher and walked, with brisk professional pace, away down the corridor. In the high warm sitting room of the Founders' wing, Tracy Davis, in the small bright sudden grin that had, on a King's Cross platform that morning, lost her best friend 3 bets, said, well. Day 1. 8 hours. We have made, my lord, an enemy of the Master of Potions. Daff. I am beginning to think this is, on the whole, going to be a very good year. Daphne Greengrass, in the pale grey of her father's profession, allowed herself, in the long discipline of her face, the small fraction of a smile that was, for her, the equivalent of a hearty laugh. Trace, she said, I am beginning, despite my better judgment, to agree. Far away, in a long stone corridor on the 7th floor of the castle, where a stuttering man in a purple turban with a great cold thin shadow inside the back of his head had, for the past 3 weeks, been taking his evening walks, the great cold thin shadow inside the back of his head, all at once, screamed. The man fell to his knees in the corridor. The man, with his hands at the back of his head, bit, very hard, on his own tongue. The man, after a moment, with the small thin shadow inside the back of his head doing a thing the small thin shadow had not done for 2.5 years, which was to be properly, deeply, professionally afraid, got to his feet, and walked, in the small precise pace of a man who had decided, very quickly, that the school was not, after all, the place he had thought it was, to the gates of the castle, and through the gates, and out into the grounds, and away across the wet slate of the dawn. Colored drive, into the dark, and gone. In the high seat at the center of the head table of the great hall of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, who had, in the last hour, watched the small carved door beside the small carved lintel close on a small thin boy in a green coat, and had then, in the next half hour, received, in his ear, by a very small worried Patronus from his Master of Potions in the corridor outside the door, a single line that had said only, "Get me out," set down his fork, very quietly, on the side of his plate, and looked. for a small precise second, at the high charmed ceiling, and said, very softly, to the high charmed ceiling, old friend. What have we, between us, done? The ceiling, with the slow careful intelligence of a ceiling that had been listening to Albus Dumbledore's small evening apologies for 30 years, did not, on this evening, answer. In the high warm sitting room of the Founders' Wing, in the small light of the long thin warm wind from the window that looked out on a castle that was, all of it, awake, Harry Potter, in the small green coat with the small clean silver scar showing through his fringe, set both his small thin hands on the cool stone of the sill, and bowed, in a small clean inclination of his small dark head, very gently, to his castle. The castle, very gently, bowed back. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Snake and the Stone. By the end of the second week of September, the defense against the dark arts classroom on the second floor of Hogwarts had a new master. His name was Bartholomew Vance. He was 41 years old. He had served, for 16 of those years, in the Auror Office of the British Ministry of Magic, of which he had been, for the last 4, the senior tactical officer attached to the Bureau for the Suppression of Magical Crime. He had been retired, at his own request, the previous March, after a curse from a Russian smuggler in a warehouse outside Bucharest had taken the use of his left foot. He walked, when he walked, with a thin black cane the head of which was carved in the shape of a wolf's skull. He smiled, when he smiled, with the even discipline of a man who had spent 16 years smiling at people who had, 3 minutes later, tried to kill him. He smiled, on the morning he came up the long marble corridor from the headmaster's office to the Founders' Wing for his first interview with the lord of the school, with the discipline. The smile, when Harry opened the small carved door for him in person, did the small bright sudden thing that the smiles of grown wizards had begun, in the past 2 weeks, to do when they saw the small thin boy in the green coat for the first time. It softened. Lord Potter, Vance said. Thank you for receiving me. Master Vance. Thank you for coming. Please. Sit. Vance sat. He set the wolf skull cane against the arm of the small old country house armchair. He looked, with the cautious professional eye of a man who had spent 16 years in rooms in which the chairs had often been a great deal less comfortable than they had appeared, around the high warm sitting room of the Founders' Wing. Lord Potter, he said. Forgive me. I have not, in 20 years, been in a room this old in this castle that I have not previously been in. It is, Master Vance, a new room. The castle made it, 2 weeks ago, when I came in. I am told, by the small clever ear of the wind from the window, that the room had been waiting, in the wall of the great hall, for 900 years. I am, therefore, the first guest. You are the second. Vance considered this. He considered it, Harry's small clever ear noted, with the soft professional respect of a man who had been told, by a man 2,000 miles away in a Bucharest warehouse, that he was about to die, and who had not, at the time, dismissed the assessment as flattery. Then, Vance said, I am, my lord, honored. To business? To business. The business was the defense against the dark arts position. The previous holder had, on a Thursday 3 weeks earlier, walked out of the gates of the school in the wet slate of an early dawn and not, since, returned. The headmaster had, after a week's polite delay, offered the position to Vance, on the strong recommendation, the headmaster had said, of a number of voices in the chamber including Lord Potter's own. Vance had accepted. Harry, in the small thin chair the right size, set both his small hands on his small knees. Master Vance, he said, I have, in the past 2 weeks, with the Founders' sight that the castle has lent me, looked into the head of every member of the present teaching staff of this school. The sight is not, by my Master Helke's small dry assessment, an instrument for casual use. I have not, in any case in which the head was that of a teacher I judged to be teaching well, lingered. I lingered, in the case of the Master of Potions, for half a second. I lingered, in the case of the Master of Astronomy, for less. I did not linger, in the case of the previous Master of Defense, at all. The wind from the window had, by then, told me what I needed to know about him. The wind from the window, in his case, was not subtle. Vance, in the small old country house armchair, did not move. "You will not, Master Vance, be looked at in this fashion. The Founder's sight is not, in any case, an instrument I will be using on you. You have come to this school on your own merit and the warm recommendation of 3 men in the chamber whose recommendation I trust. You are, on a strict reading of the constitution of this school, an employee of the headmaster. You are, on a strict reading of the constitution of this castle, the master of a classroom in a wing the lord of which sits, this evening, in this chair. We are, in short, in a modest overlap of authorities. I should like, if you will permit me, to set out, very plainly, what I should like the overlap to mean. I will, my lord, permit you. Master Vance. I should like, this year, the children of this school, in your classroom, to be taught, at the second-year level, to disarm an opponent, to shield against a curse, to stun, to bind, to summon, to banish, and to silence. I should like, at the third-year level, to add to those skills the casting of a Patronus, the recognition of the 7 most common curses of the late war, and the ward-breaking of a household ward of the second class. I should like, at the 4th-year level, to add the casting of a nonverbal disarm. I should like, at the 5th, the casting of a nonverbal stun. I should like, at the 6th, the silent shield. I should like, at the 7th, the breaking of a ward of the first class and the silent counter-curse for the 7 most common of the late war. I should like, in addition, at every year, in the first month, 3 hours of practical study of how to evacuate a corridor, how to evacuate a hall, how to evacuate a tower, and how, in extremity, to throw oneself out of a window without breaking one's neck. I should like, in the last month of the year, 3 hours of practical study of how to ward a door. He paused. He looked, very evenly, into the eyes of Bartholomew Vance. I should like, Master Vance, the children of this school, when they leave it at 17, to be able to defend themselves. I should like, in particular, the children of those families that have, in the past decade, taken an unfashionable position on the late war, to be able to defend themselves from the cousins of the men who killed their parents. I have, in the past 2 weeks, with my master Scarn, drawn up a syllabus that I believe meets these requirements. The syllabus is in this folder. I should be obliged, if you will permit me, if you will read it. I should be honored, if you find it acceptable, if you would teach it. Vance, in the small old country house armchair, did not, for a long moment, take the folder. He looked, instead, at the small thin boy in the green coat with the level silver scar showing through his fringe in the small thin chair the right size, and the professional eye of a man who had spent 16 years in rooms in which the chairs had often been a great deal less comfortable than they had appeared did the small bright sudden thing the smiles of grown wizards had begun, in the past 2 weeks, to do. It softened. My lord, Vance said. Forgive me. I have, in 20 years in the Aurors, drawn up a syllabus very like this for the training of the 3rd-year intake, and the syllabus has been, in every one of those 20 years, sent back to me by the department for revision on grounds of impracticality. The 3rd-year intake of the Auror office is, on average, 23 years old. You propose to teach this syllabus to children. You propose to teach this syllabus, in particular, to first years. I propose, Master Vance, to teach a modified version of this syllabus to first years. The modified version, in your folder, replaces the more advanced spells with the same spells at the level the children can hold. I do not, Master Vance, propose to send first years out of the 7th-year window. Forgive me. We will, with the second years, only practice the rope. Vance, after a careful second, laughed. The laugh, when he laughed, was the laugh of a 41-year-old man with a curse-killed left foot who had spent the previous March, on a hospital bed in the wizarding wing of St. Mungo's, deciding that he would never, again, in his tidy professional life, be either useful or pleased. He took the folder. He opened it. He read, with the clean eye of a man who had read, in his life, a great many syllabi, the first 3 pages. He did not, when he closed the folder, smile. "My lord," he said. "I will, with your permission, teach this. I will, with your permission, teach it this term. I will, in addition, with your permission, send 3 letters this evening. 2 to old colleagues in the Aurors who I believe might, with the right inducement, be persuaded to join me as assistants. 1 to my wife, who has, for the past 6 months, been kindly suggesting that I take up something to do with my mornings that does not involve the windowsill of our kitchen and a small bottle of poteen. I will, with your permission, take up this." Harry inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. "With my permission, Master Vance." In the next bedroom along the high warm sitting room of the Founders' wing, in a small high attic study that the castle had grown, in the night, around a desk that Hermione Granger had, on the morning of the 2nd of September, asked, very politely, the wind and the window for, Hermione Granger, in a robe the color of a winter's first frost that had not, 3 weeks ago, been hers, was, with a modest pencil and the 3rd volume of a Founders-era treatise on the metaphysics of the soul that the small carved door of the wing's library had handed her on Tuesday, drawing. She was drawing, on a long unrolled sheet of parchment, a map. The map was the map of a soul. The soul, on the map, was Tom Marvolo Riddles. Harry Potter, in the small green coat with the silver scar showing through his fringe, came up the small spiral stair to the attic study at 4:05 on the afternoon of the 18th of September, with a pot of tea in one hand and a plate of jam biscuits Daphne Greengrass had, by way of a small private joke, had her father send up from the kitchens of Greengrass Hall in the other, and he set the tea and the biscuits on the small worn corner of Hermione's desk that was not covered, and he sat in the small thin chair the right size that the castle had, with the small dry tact of a castle that had seen a great many quiet conferences in its time, set across from her, and he said, "Hermione." "Tea." "Harry," Hermione said, without looking up. "I have it." "You have what?" "I have, on this map, all of them." She turned the parchment. She turned it slowly, with the pride of an 11-year-old girl who had been, for 2.5 weeks, the only child in this school working on a problem that had, until 2 weeks ago, been thought, by the Wisengamot, by the Department of Magical Mysteries, and by Albus Dumbledore, to be unsolvable. The parchment, when she turned it, was a map of the British Isles drawn in a precise hand. There were, on the map, 6 small bright marks. 5 of the 6 were in red. 1 was in black. "The one in black," Hermione said, "is the diary you told me about. The one in your scar. We do not, on the map, have to count it, because Master Helke took it out of you in November 6 years ago. The 5 in red are the others. They are, in order, north to south. A small object I think is a ring at the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton. A small object I think is a diadem in the 7th floor west corridor of this castle in a room that the wind in the window says will only open to the right question. A small object I think is a diary in a cellar in Lucius Malfoy's house. A small object I think is a locket in a drawing room in a house at 12 Grimmauld Place in London, and a small object I think is a cup in a vault in the lowest level of Gringotts Bank under the name of the Lestrange family. There is, in addition, a 6th object that is not in red and not in black but is, if you look very carefully at the map, a thin, faint, grey line. The line is moving. I think the line is a snake. Harry, in the small thin chair, did not say anything for a long moment. He looked, for that moment, at the small precise red marks on the map, and at the thin faint grey line moving across the lower edge of it, and at the small bright pride of his friend. "Hermione," he said, very quietly. "How?" "I asked the wind." "You asked the wind?" "I asked the wind, on Tuesday night, very politely, if it would, please, since the castle had been built with the cooperation of all 4 founders, lend me the use of its site for the search for a kind of dark magic that one of the 4 had, in his lifetime, written about. The wind, on a Wednesday morning, came up to my study, with a small dry sound of a wind that, if a wind could, would have laughed, and said, 'Miss Granger, with pleasure.' I wrote the map at the wind's cautious direction. The wind, my lord, has been very kind. Harry looked, for a long second, at the small bright pride on the small earnest face of the small earnest girl in the robe the color of a winter's first frost. Hermione, he said, very quietly. Thank you. He did not say what he had thought, in that second, which was that he had walked, at 4:05 on the afternoon of the 18th of September, up a small spiral stair in a wing of a castle that had been waiting 900 years, to find an 11-year-old girl from Crawley who had been raised by 2 dentists and who had not, until June of that year, known that the wizarding world had a magical government with chairs and seats and standing orders, sitting at a desk in the small attic study with a map of the British Isles and a small bright list of the 5 most dangerous objects in the kingdom, and that he had, in walking up the stair, understood, with the clarity that the small song in his chest gave him these days, that the wizarding world had been, for 50 years, looking for the wrong people in the wrong places, and that the right people had been, all the time, in the front parlors of Crawley. What, Hermione said, do we do, my lord? Harry, in the small thin chair, lifted the teapot. He poured, very carefully, a cup for her. He poured a cup for himself. We, he said, very evenly, begin with the easy ones. We will, this evening, with the help of the wind, walk down to the 7th floor and open the small room and bring out the diadem. We will, tomorrow morning, with the help of my master Scarn, write to Madame Bones at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We will, Hermione, by the end of October, have all 5 in this wing, and we will, in the long careful subjective time of the Founder's Forge, take them apart. He paused. He looked, very evenly, at the thin faint grey line moving across the lower edge of the map. The snake, he said, we will leave for a later month. The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, in the long high room on the 7th floor that the castle had been pretending, for 10 centuries, was a wall, came out of its small hiding place inside a battered old cabinet in a measured pile of forgotten things on a Tuesday evening at 6:30, in the small thin hand of Harry Potter, with a measured tap on the lid of the cabinet from the wind in the window in the wing. The diadem was tarnished. It had a even black weight inside it that the small song in Harry's small narrow chest, on his closing his hand around the diadem, made a small angry noise about. The small level black weight, by the careful estimate of Hermione Granger at his elbow, was a fragment of the soul of Tom Marvolo Riddle. It was, by the plain assessment of the wind in the window, weakening the diadem a little more every day. It was, Harry decided, on the small angry noise the song in his chest had made, not, on any account, going to weaken the diadem any further. They took it down, in a particular padded box of cedar, to the Founder's wing. They set it on a small old plain altar of black stone that the wing had, at the wind's quiet suggestion, grown in a corner of the high warm sitting room over the previous weekend. They left it there for the night. In the morning, with the patient assistance of a goblin healer who had come up from Gringotts on the 7 o'clock flu and who had the small dry economy of a goblin healer who had spent 40 years sitting at a window thinking about apples, the neat black weight inside the diadem was, by the small neat white fire that Helke, with a single word, drew up out of the Founder's Forge 1,000 miles away in London by the long thread of the small song in Harry's chest, very gently, removed. The diadem, when it was done, was no longer tarnished. The diadem, when it was done, sat on the altar of black stone in the corner of the high warm sitting room of the Founder's wing of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the small precise silver of an old wedding day gift from a brother, and the small song in Harry's small narrow chest, on its restoration, sang. The locket, 2 days later, was easier than they had expected. It was easier because, the morning of the day Hermione had drawn her map, a great black dog had appeared at the wards of Hogwarts at 3 in the morning and been admitted, on the wind's suggestion, to the small lawn outside the Founder's wing window, and had, on stepping over the threshold of the lawn, lifted its head, and looked, for a long second, at the small thin boy in the green coat at the window, and had, with the small dry sound of a man who had not been a man for 10 years, become a man. The man was Sirius Black. He was 32 years old. He had, in his 32 years, spent 10 in Azkaban for the murder of a man he had not murdered, and the loss of the woman who had been the closest thing he had to a sister and the man who had been his brother, and he had, 3 weeks ago, when an enchanted parchment from Gringotts had reached him in the small wet cave outside the prison where he had been hiding for 6 months since his escape, sat for an hour on a small wet rock with his head in his hands, and then walked, in the form of a great black dog, the 400 miles north to the wards of Hogwarts. The wind on the lawn, in his ear, had said, "You may come in, Mr. Black. The Lord of the Wing is at the window. He has been waiting for you." Sirius Black, on the threshold of the Founders' Wing, had, with the assistance of the wind, become a man. He had, with the even assistance of Bogrod, who had been informed by the wind of the visitor at 3 in the morning and had come down from his small clerk's room near the Founders' Library at 3:30, walked, very carefully, up the spiral stair to the high warm sitting room. He had, at the door of the sitting room, in a robe the small carved door had grown for him out of a curtain that had been hanging in the corridor outside since 1487, looked, for a long second, into the small plain green eyes of his godson. He had, in the small carved doorway, with the small dry sound of a 32-year-old man who had not, in 10 years, been allowed to do it, cried. "Sirius," Harry had said, very quietly. "Hello." "Pup," Sirius had said. "Pup." He had not, that night, finished the sentence. He had, on the courteous suggestion of Bogrod, gone to bed in the 6th bedroom of the Founders' Wing, which the castle had grown, on his arrival, with a window that looked out, exactly, on the small wet rock outside the cave where he had spent the past 6 months. The window, on his lying down on the bed for the first time in 10 years, had, very quietly, drawn a small linen curtain over the small wet rock, and had let him, at last, sleep. He had slept, for 42 hours, the thoughtful sleep of a man who had not, in 10 years, been allowed to. He had woken, on the morning of the 3rd day, in a robe that fit, in a bed that did not creak, in a bedroom with a window that looked out, this time, on the long shallow valley by the long deep lake of the wet slate dawn of his godson's dream, and he had walked, on legs that did not, at first, feel like his, into the high warm sitting room, where Harry Potter, in the small green coat with the simple silver scar showing through his fringe, was, at the small low country house breakfast table, with a small plate of buttered toast and a small pot of tea, waiting. "Sirius. Pup. Sit. Eat. There is, at the bank, a Wisengamot session beginning in 3 hours. We will, in those 3 hours, pardon you. I have, with the help of the wind, in the last 2 days, drafted, with my master Scarn, a writ. It is a writ of pardon by Heir's privilege, under Treaty Article 12. It does not, on its face, require the consent of the Wisengamot. It requires, only, my signature, the witness of my guardian, the witness of the director of Gringotts, and the witness of the chief warlock. The chief warlock, this term, by the operation of the standing motion of Section 20, is myself. The director of Gringotts is, in 3 hours, in his small office at the bank, waiting. The witness of my guardian, by Treaty Article 12, is, again, the director of Gringotts. I have, Sirius, 2 signatures and 1 witness to give. I will, in 3 hours, give them. You, in 3 hours, will, by the writing in this writ, be a free man. Sirius Black, at the small low country house breakfast table, in the high warm sitting room of the Founders' Wing of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, did not, this time, cry. He took the small piece of buttered toast that his godson handed him. He ate it. He said, very quietly, "Pup. Tell me where, after, we go." "After, Sirius, with your permission, we go to 12 Grimmauld Place. There is, by the thoughtful map of Hermione, a small object in the drawing room there, in a glass case, which has, for the past 19 years, been very quietly eating the wallpaper. We will, with your permission as the head of the House of Black, walk in. We will, with your permission, walk out with it. We will, in the wing, on the plain altar in the corner, very gently, take it apart. Pup. With my permission. He took, after a moment, another piece of toast. The locket of Salazar Slytherin came out of the glass cabinet in the drawing room of 12 Grimmauld Place at 3:05 on the afternoon of the 25th of September, in the small thin hand of Harry Potter, with the small dry assistance of Sirius Black, who had, on the scrupulous threshold of the house in which he had been raised, set both his small hands on the doorpost and breathed in, very slowly, the way Solveig had taught a small thin boy in a room in a bank to breathe, and had. Then, with the small dry economy of a 32-year-old man who had decided that the house in which he had been raised was, on this afternoon, his, said, very evenly, creature. To me. The small old house elf in the drawing-room had, on the polite arrival of the master who had been gone, by the elf's careful counting, for 10 years and 341 days, made a sound that the wind in the window of the Founders' wing, at 3:05 that afternoon, in a high warm sitting room 600 miles north, would later assure Harry was, in elf, the long careful unfurling of a small old creature who had thought it was going to die alone and had discovered, on a Friday in late September, that it was not. The locket, on its removal from the glass cabinet, had a calm-black weight inside it that the small song in Harry's small narrow chest, on his closing his hand around the locket, made the same small angry noise about as it had made about the diadem. The locket, by the deliberate removal of Helke, in the wing, on the plain altar in the corner of the high warm sitting room, that night, ceased to be a problem. The diary of Tom Marvolo Riddle, 3 days after, was harder. It was harder because the diary was in a cellar of the country house of Lord Lucius Malfoy, in Wiltshire, and Lord Lucius Malfoy, by the small dry assessment of Bogrod, was not, at this point in his patient career, a man who would willingly hand a small object out of his own cellar to a small thin boy in a green coat. The heir's privilege of Treaty Article 12 did not, on a strict reading, extend to the cellars of private wizarding houses. The wind in the window, however, had a thoughtful suggestion of its own. My lord, the wind had said, on the morning of the 28th of September, the diary in question was, on the night of the 11th of November, 1981, removed by Lord Malfoy from the wreckage of Mr. Riddle's house at Godric's Hollow. He has, by his own careful accounting, never lawfully owned it. The diary, by the operation of the law of spoils of the last war, which the Wisengamot, in the autumn of 1981, in the intoxication of a country at last at peace, very quietly passed, is the property of the boy whose parents were killed in the wreckage. The boy, my lord, is you. The diary, my lord, is yours. Lord Malfoy, on a polite letter from the director of Gringotts, will not, I think, refuse. Lord Lucius Malfoy, on a polite letter from the director of Gringotts on the morning of the 29th of September, refused. He refused with the precise courtesy of a wizard who had been on the wrong side of a polite letter from the director of Gringotts before. He refused, in a level note that was returned, by the same polite courier, to the bank, in 3 sentences and with a flourish of his penmanship. The first sentence regretted that he was not in possession of any object answering to the description in the bank's letter. The second sentence regretted that he could not, in any case, recall the night of the 11th of November, 1981. The third sentence wished the bank a productive autumn. The director of Gringotts, on receipt of the note, on the morning of the 30th of September, did not, in the small dry economy of his office, write back. He sent, instead, with the assistance of Bogrod, an inspection party of 3 goblin auditors and a Wisengamot bailiff to Lord Lucius Malfoy's country house in Wiltshire on the afternoon of the 1st of October, with a writ, signed by the senior holder of a founder's chair acting in the office of the chief warlock, for the inspection of the cellar. Lord Lucius Malfoy, in his cautious winter robes at the gate of the long curving drive of his country house in Wiltshire, in front of 3 goblin auditors and a Wisengamot bailiff, smiled, very pleasantly, and lifted the writ to the particular light of a pale October sun, and read it. He did not, on reading it, smile any longer. He admitted them. He admitted, on the patient request of the senior auditor, the inspection of every cellar of his house. The diary, in the cellar most carefully hidden, in a small black book that had been the property of the senior auditor's polite list since the bailiff had laid it on the table at the gate, was, on the exact polite request of the senior auditor, surrendered. The diary, on the plain altar in the corner of the high warm sitting room of the founders' wing of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, by the removal of Helgi, that evening, ceased to be a problem. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff, 4 days after, was the easiest of all. It was easiest because the cup was in a vault of the lowest level of Gringotts Bank in London, under the name of the Lestrange family, and the Lestrange family was, by the small dry accounting of the bank, the family of 3 convicted Death Eaters, 2 of whom were in Azkaban and 1 of whom, Bellatrix Lestrange, the senior surviving member, was, by the same accounting, a wanted fugitive of the late war who had not, in any of the past 9 years, set foot in the bank to inspect her vault. The vault, by the small formal removal of the senior auditor, with the small dry economy of a goblin who had been waiting 9 years to do it, on the morning of the 5th of October, in the polite presence of the lord who, by the small dry accounting of the bank, was the heir of the founder whose cup had been, for the past 40 years, very quietly in it, was, very politely, opened. The cup came out of the small pile of gold and silver on the floor of the vault in a trim padded box of cedar. The cup, on the altar in the corner of the high warm sitting room, that evening, by the neat removal of Helgi, ceased to be a problem. The ring of Marvolo Gaunt, the last of the 5, came up out of the small old shack in Little Hangleton on the morning of the 8th of October, in the precise hand of Bogrod, with the small dry economy of a goblin who had been instructed, by his small lord, that the ring, on its thoughtful surface, bore a efficient curse that the small courteous removal of Helgi had not, in any of the past 4 removals, encountered, and that the goblin should, on no account, set his bare hand on it. Bogrod did not. He used a small scrupulous pair of dragon-hide tongs. The ring, on the altar in the corner of the high warm sitting room, that evening, by the neat removal of Helgi, with the small efficient additional assistance of the wind in the window and the evenness of the small song in Harry's small narrow chest, ceased to be a problem. By the morning of the 9th of October, the altar of black stone in the corner of the high warm sitting room of the founders' wing of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry held, in a considered row in the order in which they had come in, a tarnished diadem that was no longer tarnished, a heavy gold locket that was no longer heavy, a small black book that was no longer black, a small gold cup with a small badger on it that had, very quietly, in the night, polished itself, and a small old gold ring with a small black stone in it that, on the considered removal of Helgi, had cracked, very gently, in 2, and from the crack, a small thin grey thread of vapor had risen, and the vapor had said, in a small thin grey voice that no one in the room had recognized, the single word, son. The vapor, after a moment, had gone. The small black stone in the small old gold ring, when it was done, had cleared. It was no longer black. It was the small precise grey of a clean pebble in a clean stream. The small song in Harry's small narrow chest, on its restoration, sang. He had, in a cautious corner of the high warm sitting room, on a small old wooden table the castle had grown for the purpose, set, in a row in the order in which they had been recovered, the 5 small objects. He had stood, for a long moment, looking at them. 6, Hermione, he had said, very quietly, to the small earnest girl in the robe the color of a winter's first frost at his elbow. 6 down. 1 to go. 2, my lord, Hermione had said, with the small earnest precision of an 11-year-old girl who had been raised, by 2 dentists in Crawley, to count. 2. The snake. And the man. And the man, my lord. The small song in his small narrow chest, on the small earnest precision of his friend, did not, at last, sing. It sat. It sat, with the slow careful intelligence of a song that had been waiting, in a small thin chest, for 9 subjective years for the count to be complete, and had, on the morning of the 9th of October, found, at last, the count. In the long marble corridor outside the headmaster's office on the 2nd floor of the castle, on the morning of the 9th of October, Albus Dumbledore, in robes the color of a deep night sky, with the small leather scroll of the morning's prophet tucked under his arm, set both his old hands on the brass rail of the corridor window, and looked, for a long moment, out at the small bright autumn morning over the long shallow valley by the long deep lake. He had, on the front page of the morning's Prophet, read the deliberate announcement of the pardon of Sirius Black. He had, on the second page, read the quiet announcement of the new Master of Defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. He had, on the third page, read the announcement of the formal opening of the Founders' Wing in the Great Hall on the evening of the 8th of October, at which the staff of the school had been, with the controlled courtesy of the small thin boy in the green coat, formally introduced. He had, on the fifth page, read the small considered note that, by the cautious summary of the bank's auditors, the property of Lord Lucius Malfoy was, in the past 2 weeks, the subject of an inquiry of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He had, on the patient sixth page, read nothing. There had not, on the sixth page, been anything to read. There had not, in the past 3 weeks, been very much for him to read at all. The chair of the Chief Warlock, by the small slow operation of the standing motion of Section 20, was held, this term, by an 11-year-old boy. The Medal of the Order of Merlin, First Class, had been, on a Saturday morning, very quietly, by a goblin clerk, taken from his desk drawer in his office at the school. The quiet records of every meeting at which the boy's name had been discussed had been, on the same Saturday morning, very quietly, copied, by the same slow goblin clerk, into a leather folder that had been very quietly carried out of his office under the thoughtful arm of the same modest goblin clerk, and not, in any of the 3 weeks since, returned. He had not, in any of the 3 weeks since, asked for them back. He had, instead, on the precise instructions of his patient conscience, written a long careful letter to a man called Aberforth, who he had not, in 20 years, written a letter to. Aberforth had, after a week, written back. The letter had said only, Albus. Come to the Hog's Head. Bring nothing but yourself. We will, brother, talk. He had not, in the long careful intervening fortnight, gone. He set both his old hands on the brass rail of the corridor window. He looked, for a long moment, out at the small bright autumn morning over the long shallow valley by the long deep lake, where, on the small bright lawn outside the Founders' Wing, the small thin boy in the green coat with the small spare silver scar showing through his fringe was, with a thin black cane the head of which was carved in the shape of a wolf's skull, walking, very slowly, beside a 41-year-old man with a curse-killed left foot, and the wind, very gently, was lifting, in a small even gesture, the small dark fringe over the plain silver scar. Old friend, Albus Dumbledore said, very softly, to the long shallow valley. What have we, between us, done? The valley, with the slow careful intelligence of a valley that had been listening to Albus Dumbledore's small evening apologies for 30 years, did not answer. But the wind, on the small bright lawn outside the Founders' Wing, with the slow careful intelligence of a wind that had at last understood that the lord it had been waiting 900 years for was not, after all, going to be the kind of lord who held back, lifted, in a measured gesture, the small dark fringe over the silver scar, and bowed. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Ministry Falls. Lucius Malfoy made his move on the morning of the 11th of October, and it was, by Scarn's reckoning, an elegant move and a doomed one in equal measure. The Daily Prophet's morning edition led with a headline 4 inches tall, Boy Lord, a nation asks who is speaking. The article beneath it ran for 3 columns. It was bylined by a journalist Lucius had owned for 19 years, and it spoke, with the kind of mournful concern that only a paid columnist can manufacture, of the burden a child of 11 was being asked to carry, of the strange goblin influence that had shaped him, of the rumors from the platform on the 1st of September that he had been heard to laugh at a private joke whose meaning no one could discover. It cited 2 healers Lucius had owned for less time but well enough. It noted, sadly, that the chair of the Chief Warlock had not, in the 400 years of its existence, ever been held by a boy whose voice had not yet broken. It called, in its final paragraph, for a hearing. Just a hearing. A small private examination, by 3 impartial healers, of the boy's fitness for the chair he held. The wizarding world, the article said, owed him no less. Harry, in the high warm sitting room of the Founders' wing at 7:15 that morning, read the article through twice while Daphne Greengrass, in pale grey, stood at the window with her back to him and waited for him to finish. "He has timed it," Daphne said, when she heard the small dry sound of the paper folding, for the morning after the formal opening. "He thinks the staff will be tired. He thinks the chamber will be tired. He thinks the country, after a fortnight of serious black on the front page, is ready for a comfortable doubt. He thinks correctly, on the 3rd. He does, my lord. The country is ready for a comfortable doubt. It is, however, not the same country it was 6 weeks ago. It has, in the past 6 weeks, watched a small thin boy hand a man it had stopped fearing the bill for 30 years of his comfort. The country has, by my father's count, found the spectacle agreeable. It will not, on the strength of 3 columns and 2 paid healers, dismiss the bill." She turned from the window. Her clean blue-gray eyes were the eyes of a girl who had been raised, on her father's knee, to count the pieces on a board before moving any of her own. "He has," she said, "miscalculated. The motion will, by my father's count, fail. The question is, my lord, what you will do with his miscalculation." Harry set the folded paper on the small low table. He looked, for a precise second, at the small bright autumn morning over the long shallow valley. He looked at Daphne. "Daphne," he said, very evenly, "I am going to break him." "Yes, my lord." "Today." "Yes, my lord." "I had hoped, when I came up the stair, you would say so." He stood. He picked up his green coat from the back of the armchair. He put it on. He walked, with the slow even pace Scarn had drilled in him, to the small carved door of the wing. "Bogrod," he said, on the threshold. "My lord. I shall need, at the chamber, by 10 this morning, the ledger from the Hogsmeade affair of the 3rd of February, 1981. I shall need, in addition, the receipts for the 4 payments to the office of the Comptroller of the Ministry of Magic from the Malfoy household account between January and April of 1986. I shall need, finally, the small wax-sealed packet that the director gave me on the morning of my 11th birthday and which, by his slow instruction, I have not, in the past 4 months, opened. I shall, this morning, open it." Bogrod inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. "My lord. The packet, the ledger, and the receipts will be at the chamber by 9:30. The chamber, at 10, was a great deal fuller than it had been on the Tuesday in late July when an 11-year-old boy had walked into it and broken the chair. The galleries were full. The press benches were full. The plum velvet seats below were full of every member of the Wisengamot who had not, in the past 6 weeks, been confined to bed by illness, and 3 who had been so confined had, by the tidy exertion of their families, been carried in on litters to vote. The lavender ceiling was, this morning, the color of a bruised plum. Lucius Malfoy, in winter robes of the color of a winter morning, in his seat on the back benches, did not, when Harry walked into the chamber, look at him. He looked, instead, at the small folded paper on his knee, the way a man at a very polite dinner might look at his dessert spoon while the wine was being poured. The small folded paper on his knee was a copy of the morning's Prophet. The motion was put at 10:05 by a peer Lucius had owned for 11 years, in the modest tone of a man reading aloud a letter he had been asked to deliver. The motion was, in form, exactly what the article had requested, a small private examination, by 3 impartial healers, of the Lord Claimant's fitness for the chair he held in this term. The chamber listened. The chamber, when the peer had finished, did, very politely, the murmur of a chamber that was waiting for the next speaker. Harry, in the high carved chair at the head of the chamber, did not stand at once. He let the silence sit for the precise 3 seconds Scarn had drilled in him. 3 seconds, in this chamber, was a great deal longer than it sounded. He stood. "Honorable members," he said, in the level voice the chamber had, in the past 6 weeks, learned to lean an inch forward to hear. "The motion is in order. I shall not, by Section 15, rule on it from the chair. I yield the chair, for the duration of the debate, to Lord Greengrass. I shall, on the floor, address the motion as a private citizen. With the Chamber's permission. Lord Greengrass, in pale grey, climbed the steps to the chair with the plain precision of a man who had, in his life, been climbing steps to carved chairs for 40 years. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. The chair, Lord Greengrass said, very evenly, recognizes Lord Potter, on the floor. Harry walked down. He stopped, again, at the small podium with the brass railing. He set his small thin hands on the railing. He raised his voice. Honorable members, he said. I shall address the motion in 3 parts. The first part will be the question of the motion's premise. The second will be the question of the motion's timing. The third will be the question of the motion's author. I shall be, on each part, brief. He paused. On the first. The motion's premise is that I, at 11, am unfit to hold the chair I hold this term. I shall not, on the floor, debate the premise. The premise is a question of fact. The Chamber has, in the past 6 weeks, observed me hold the chair. The Chamber will, in time, vote. I shall not waste the Chamber's morning telling the Chamber what its own eyes have seen. On the second. The motion's timing is the morning after the formal opening of the Founders' wing of Hogwarts. The wing was opened, by the formal courtesy of the staff of the school, in the presence of the Daily Prophet's senior education correspondent and 3 witnesses from the Wisengamot. The motion's timing was, accordingly, chosen by its author to follow on the smallest possible delay after the most public possible demonstration of my present competence. This is, in the small dry assessment of my master Scarn, the timing of a man who is hoping that the Chamber's memory is short. I do not, honorable members, propose to insult the Chamber's memory. On the third. The motion's author. He paused. He did not, this time, look at Lucius. He looked, very evenly, at the Chamber. The motion was tabled, this morning, by the noble Lord Brownsell, on behalf of the ancient and noble house of Brownsell. Lord Brownsell is a man of honor. He has read aloud a letter that was placed in his hand, last night, by a man whose company he should not, on any account, have kept. I do not, honorable members, propose to make Lord Brownsell answer, this morning, for the conduct of the man whose letter he was asked to read. I propose, instead, to make the man answer for himself. He turned, at last. He looked, with the level even eyes that had sat on the 4 founders' chairs at the head of the Chamber for 6 weeks and counting, at Lucius Malfoy. Lord Malfoy, he said. You wrote the letter. The Chamber, with the slow careful intelligence of a body that had at last understood the size of the morning it was sitting in, did not move. Lucius Malfoy lifted his eyes from the small folded paper on his knee. He set the paper, very quietly, on the seat beside him. He stood. Lord Potter, he said, in the patient drawl of a man who had spent 25 years saying nothing in the Chamber that he could not, 6 months later, defend in writing. I do not know what you mean. I mean, Lord Malfoy, that the letter Lord Brownsell read aloud this morning was written, on the evening of the 10th of October, in the green ink that is, by the methodical inventory of the Malfoy household account, used for the correspondence of the master of the house, on parchment of the kind that is, by the same inventory, used for the same correspondence, in the small methodical slanting hand that is, by the same inventory, yours. The letter was carried, at 9:03 that evening, by a careful hooded courier, from the southeast gate of your house in Wiltshire, to the thoughtful office at the Ministry of Magic at which Lord Brownsell, on a Tuesday evening, takes his supper. The courier was, by the exact surveillance of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, recorded. I have, here, the deposition of the courier. He held it up. Bogrod, at the foot of the podium, took it from his small thin hand and, with the small dry economy of a clerk filing a difficult document, carried it to the brass tray beside the sergeant-at-arms. I have, in addition, Harry said, the the receipts for the 4 payments to the office of the Comptroller of the Ministry of Magic from the Malfoy household account between January and April of 1986, which together amount to 19,340 galleons, and which were applied, by the methodical operation of the Comptroller's office, to the comfortable retirement of the Auror who had, on the 3rd of February, 1981, taken your statement at the Hogsmeade affair, and whose statement, by the trim operation of the same office, was, 6 months later, lost. I have, with me, copies of the statement, recovered last week from the archive of the department's storage facility in Yorkshire, in which, on the 3rd of February, 1981, you described, in your own slanting hand, your participation in the even raid on the 3 broomsticks of that evening. The raid, in the records of the department, was the work of 7 masked men. The statement, in your own slanting hand, places you, that evening, in a mask, in the 3 broomsticks. The statement, by the small methodical operation of the Comptroller's office, was, 6 months later, lost. The Auror, by the considered operation of the same office, was, 6 months after that, retired. The chamber, in the long careful silence that followed, did not move. Lucius Malfoy, in the back benches, did not, for a long moment, sit down. He stood, very still, in the winter robes of his formal house, and he looked, for a long moment, at the small thin boy at the podium. He was not, by the patient assessment of Daphne Greengrass in her seat near the front, afraid. He was, by the same assessment, working out the angle. Lord Potter, he said, at last, in a voice that had not, by any visible amount, changed. The deposition of a courier is a single witness's word. The receipts of the Comptroller's office are open to many readings. The recovered statement of an Auror who has, the chamber notes, since died, is the deposition of a man who can no longer, on the floor, defend it. I do not, on the floor, accept any of these as evidence. I do not, on the floor, intend to dignify the morning's prophet with my reply. I have, in the matter of my service to the House of Malfoy, no further comment. He sat down. He sat with the small precise precision of a man who had survived, in his life, a great many votes by means of saying nothing on the floor. Harry, at the podium, set his small thin hand on the small wax-sealed packet that Bogrod had, at the foot of the podium, very quietly handed him on his second turn. He weighed it, briefly. He looked, for a small precise second, at the thoughtful eyes of Lucius Malfoy at the back of the chamber. He broke the seal. The packet held, on a small cautious sheet of parchment, the quiet list of names that the director of Gringotts had compiled, on the morning of the 3rd of November, 1981, from the records of the 7 properties seized from the 7 masked men of the 3 broomsticks raid of the 3rd of February, 1981. The list, on the neat sheet, was 8 names long. 7 of the names had, beside them, the efficient word deceased. The 8th name had, beside it, the small deliberate word living. The 8th name was Lucius Malfoy. The packet held, on a second slow sheet, the small thoughtful sketch of the mark on the inside of the left forearm of each of the 7, drawn from the photographic evidence preserved in the methodical records of the bank. The sketch was the sketch of a skull with a snake. The packet held, on a third measured sheet, signed and sealed by the cautious hand of Healer Helke of Gringotts on the morning of the 11th of October, 1991, the patient certification, by a goblin healer of the 2nd rank, that the mark on the inside of the left forearm of one Lord Lucius Malfoy of Wiltshire was, by the slow operation of the trim test of the modest goblin laboratory at the Founders' Forge, at this hour, present. Harry held up the 3rd sheet. Lord Malfoy, he said, very quietly. Master Helke, of the bank, examined you, on a routine medical inspection that was, by the precise operation of the writ I served on your house in Wiltshire on the 1st of October, performed at that visit, in your slow presence, with your exact consent, in the presence of your brisk wife. The mark on the inside of your left forearm, this morning, is present. The mark, by the brisk judgment of the chamber on the 8th of November, 1981, is the mark of the measured private military association the chamber, on that day, outlawed. The chamber, with the slow careful intelligence of a body that had at last understood the size of the morning it was sitting in, did not move. Lucius Malfoy, in the back benches, did not, this time, stand. He looked, instead, at the small thin boy at the podium. The eyes had, by the methodical assessment of Daphne Greengrass in her seat near the front, at last found the angle. The angle had been, all morning, the wrong angle. "Honorable members," Harry said, very quietly. "I move, by the even operation of the standing motion of Section 27, that Lord Lucius Malfoy, having been convicted, on the floor of this chamber, by the controlled evidence I have laid before it, of the deliberate breach of the proscription of the 8th of November, 1981, be, by the even operation of Section 28, sentenced, this morning, to the Vale. I yield the floor." Lord Greengrass, in the high carved chair at the head of the chamber, did, in the small exact silence that followed, the particular inhalation through the nose that was, for him, the equivalent of a small dry whistle. "The motion," he said, very evenly, "is in order. The chamber will vote." The chamber voted. The motion carried. It carried by a margin that the Daily Prophet, in the evening edition, would describe as the largest margin on a Section 28 motion in the chamber's modern history. Lucius Malfoy, by the exact operation of the standing orders of the chamber, was, at noon on the morning of the 11th of October, taken by the Sergeant-at-Arms and by two cautious aurors of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, in the thoughtful winter robes of his exact house, down the deliberate corridor to the control chamber of the Vale at the foot of the building, and through the quiet chamber to the particular arch at its center, and, with the courtesy that the standing orders required of the Sergeant-at-Arms in such cases, given a small deliberate moment to pray. He did not, in the formal moment, pray. He looked, for a long moment, at the small patient arch. He looked, for a long moment, at the tidy curtain of grey mist that hung in it. He turned, very slowly, on his small thoughtful heel, and looked, for the last neat moment of his life, back along the small modest corridor. He saw, at the far end of the corridor, the small thin boy in the green coat with the soft silver scar showing through his fringe. He inclined his head a quarter of an inch. It was, by the quiet assessment of the Sergeant-at-Arms, the most graceful thing Lord Lucius Malfoy had done in his life. He turned. He walked, with his head up, into the Vale. The neat curtain of grey mist did the thing it had been doing for 300 years. Lord Lucius Malfoy was, by the neat operation of the standing orders, no longer the holder of the chair of the House of Malfoy. The chair, by the controlled operation of the same orders, passed, by the exact inheritance of the surviving male line, to his son. His son was 11 years old. His son was, by the thoughtful assessment of the staff of the Hogwarts Express on the 1st of September, in the front carriage of the train. His son was, by the precise assessment of the staff of the school on the 2nd, in the dormitory of the House of Slytherin. His son, on the precise afternoon of the 11th of October, in his dormitory, on the efficient arrival of the owl from the chamber, sat very still on the edge of his quiet bed for a long careful time. He did not, in the time, cry. He was 11. He had not, in 11 years, been allowed to. The Wisengamot, on the morning of the 12th of October, in a session that began at 9 and ended at 1:30, removed Cornelius Fudge as Minister for Magic by a vote of 37 to 6 on a motion of no confidence introduced by the senior holder of the Founders' chairs. The motion was, by the slow drafting of the senior holder, brief. It cited the minister's signature on the pension paid to the orator who had taken Lucius Malfoy's precise statement at the Three Broomsticks. It cited the minister's signature on the order of the comptroller's office that had, 6 months later, lost the statement. It cited the minister's particular presence, on the clean evening of the 2nd of November, 1981, at the private dinner at the Malfoy house in Wiltshire at which, by the small considered assessment of the scrupulous surveillance log of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the methodical pension had first been discussed. The motion carried. The chamber, by the operation of the standing orders, appointed, in his place, by an open vote of 40 to 3, Lady Amelia Bones of the ancient and noble house of Bones. Madame Bones, in her seat near the front of the chamber, in the level discipline of the department she had, for the past 9 years, did, on the careful announcement of her appointment, the thing of standing, and inclining her head 1/4 of an inch, and saying, very evenly, honorable members, I will, with your permission, accept. With your further permission, I shall, this afternoon, take the oath of office. I shall, this evening, be at my desk. She was, that evening, at her desk. She was at it, in fact, for 13 hours. She was at it for 13 hours because, at 11:30 that night, in the village of Hogsmeade, the war that had not, for 9 years, been fought in the streets of Britain, was, in the streets of Hogsmeade, fought. It began, in the small steady drizzle of an October night, with a sound the wind in the window of the Founders' wing later recorded as the wet step of a great many feet that did not, by the exactest of the wind's hearing, leave a footprint behind them. The inferi, in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's later count, were 612. They came up, at 11:30, out of the long deep lake in the long shallow valley by the small steady drizzle, in 3 columns, each column 170 feet wide, in the small scrupulous order of a column of soldiers, with a efficient pace that no inferius had, in the recorded history of the department, ever achieved before. They came up the wet slate of the road from the lake to the village in a long careful silence that the wind, in the same recording, described as the tidy silence of a chorus that had been told, very firmly, not to hum. The Death Eaters, in the small precise department's later count, were 31. They came down, at the same 11:30, from the methodical track over the hills above the village, in the patient order of a column of cavalry, with the methodical precision of the clean private military association the chamber had, in the exact afternoon of the 11th of October, by the deliberate sentence of Lucius Malfoy, very firmly reminded itself was outlawed. They were, in the efficient assessment of the brisk surveillance log, led by a tall thin man in robes the color of a winter night with a slow curl of pale yellow hair at his temples. The werewolves, in the same count, were 41. They came up, at the same 11:30, from the dark of the forbidden forest behind the village, in the careful order of a pack that had been, for the past 2 months, told that the small thin boy in the green coat with the soft silver scar showing through his fringe was, by the efficient judgment of their efficient master, the enemy of every wolf in Britain. They were, in the assessment of the surveillance log, led by a tall thick man in robes the color of a forest floor with a long matted curtain of grey hair and a face like a kept fire. The man's name was Fenrir Greyback. He was, by the brisk department's count, 53 years old. He had, by the same count, in the past 9 years, killed 32 children, one of whom had, in 1986, been the even infant grandson of Lady Amelia Bones, who had, on the morning of the 12th of October, in her seat near the front of the chamber, very evenly, accepted the office of Minister for Magic. He had, by the same count, never been arrested. In the high warm sitting room of the Founders' wing of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, at 11:05 that evening, the wind in the window had said, very evenly, in the ear of the small thin boy in the green coat at the window, "My lord. They are coming. The first column will be in the village in 25 minutes. Harry had, at the window, with the small careful song in his small narrow chest, set both his small thin hands on the cool stone of the sill. Castle, he had said. Wake the wards. Wake the staff. Wake the school. My lord. With pleasure. He had turned. He had looked, for a second, at the 5 children in the high warm sitting room. He had looked, in particular, at Daphne. At Tracy. At Susan. At Neville. At Hermione. Daphne. Stay here with Hermione. Anchor the wing. Hermione will read the chart from the wind and tell you which corridors are which. Susan. Take Neville to the Great Hall. Wake the prefects. Get the first and second years into the Founders' wing through the small carved door beside the small carved lintel. The wing will, on Hermione's signal, hold them. Tracy. With me. Boss, Tracy said, in the small bright sudden grin that had, on a King's Cross platform 6 weeks ago, lost her best friend 3 bets. What are we doing? We are, Tracy, going to the village. He drew, from the long thin sheath at his belt, the curved blade that Solveig had given him on the morning of his 9th birthday in the world above. The blade was no longer than his forearm. The blade, in the slow white light of the wand at his other hip, was the small precise gray of a clean pebble in a clean stream. And, he said, we are going to end this tonight. The Battle of Hogsmeade, in the scrupulous Department of Magical Law Enforcement's later official report, lasted 4 hours and 17 minutes. It began at 11:30 on the evening of the 12th of October, 1991. It ended at 3 minutes to 4 on the morning of the 13th. It began with the infirmary at the south end of the village, where the long careful row of particular shops along the high street met the track from the road from the lake. The infirmary came up the high street in their 3 columns at the exact pace of a column that had been told, very firmly, not to hum. They were met, at the foot of the high street, by a long careful line of fire, drawn across the spare cobbles by the curved blade of an 11-year-old boy in a green coat, in a single scrupulous gesture, that did not, the wind would later note, look like fire so much as it looked like the brisk folding out of a length of the small white fire of the Founders' Forge across the considered cobbles. The fire, when it was done, was the small precise white of the tidy candle in the deep vault at the bank in London. The infirmary, on the neat crossing of the line, did the spare thing the small white fire had been built, 843 years before, to make them do. They unmade. 612 unmade in 14 seconds. The Death Eaters, at the north end of the village, where the long careful row of calm houses along the high street met the small measured track over the hills, were met, at the same 14 seconds, by Bartholomew Vance and the 2 old colleagues he had written to on the evening of the 18th of September, in a modest triangular formation at the foot of the careful track, with a series of even spells that would not, by the department's later assessment, have been taught in the Auror office. For another 20 years. The tall thin man in robes the color of a winter night with the small patient curl of pale yellow hair at his temples did not, on the brisk assessment of the scrupulous triangular formation, last to the 2nd minute. He died, by the deliberate red curse of Vance's wand, in the clean posture of a man who had not, until the exact curse, fully understood that the small methodical triangular formation was not, by the department's later assessment, the formation he had been told it would be. The Death Eaters, on his neat death, broke and ran. The werewolves, at the back of the village, where the long careful row of houses along the high street met the small controlled edge of the forbidden forest, were met by the small thin boy in the green coat and his friend, the small bright girl with the small bright sudden grin, and by Sirius Black, in the great black form of the dog he had been for 10 years. And by a small deliberate contingent of 7 goblin warriors of the 2nd rank under the small thoughtful command of Master Solveig. Of the goblin nation, who had been, for the past 6 weeks, on the small tidy instruction of the small thin boy in the green coat, very quietly resident in the trim basements of the village in case of small neat evenings exactly like this one. The pack, on the small careful approach of the contingent, hesitated. The pack, on the methodical command of its tidy master at its head, did not hesitate for long. Fenrir Greyback came, with the long matted curtain of grey hair and the face like a kept fire and the long careful claws of a man who had spent 53 years choosing, very deliberately, to be a thing he had not had to be, at the small thin boy in the green coat, very fast, across the pressessecables. He did not, by the assessment of Master Solveig, who had been waiting for him for 2 months, get within 4 feet. The spare curved blade of the small thin boy in the green coat did, at the moment of the 4 feet, the thing it had been drilled, for 9 subjective years, to do. It moved. It moved in the single stroke that was the 3rd of the 4 cuts of Solveig's discipline, in the patient line that Solveig had, on the morning of the boy's 10th birthday in the world above, said was, for a child, very good and would not, for some time yet, be very good for an adult. It was, on the scrupulous evening of the 12th of October, by the small considered assessment of Solveig at the slow boy's small measured elbow, very good for an adult. Fenrir Greyback fell to the wet slate of the small trim cobbles in the small steady drizzle of the small methodical October night, with his great kept fire of a face turned up to the small steady drizzle, and the efficient drizzle, on his face, washed it, very gently, clean. He died, by the methodical department's later count, between the first stroke and the methodical clean breath the small thin boy in the green coat took, very evenly, after. The pack, on the death of its deliberate master, did not, this time, run. It did, on the methodical clean breath of the small thin boy, the thing the deliberate department's small exact surveillance log had not, in any of the past 9 years, recorded a pack of greybacks making do. It surrendered. It surrendered to the considered contingent of 7 goblin warriors and to Sirius Black in the great black form of the dog he had been for 10 years, and to the small thin boy in the green coat with the even curved blade in his small thin hand, in the small steady drizzle of the considered October night, on the small even cobbles of the careful village of Hogsmeade, by the even operation of a careful pack that had at last understood the size of the small modest evening it was sitting in. Bellatrix Lestrange, by the department's later count, was the last to be taken. She was taken, at 3 minutes to 4 on the morning of the 13th of October, in the scrupulous upper room of the small controlled inn called the Hog's Head at the trim end of the small considered village, by the small thin boy in the green coat, in a small even single confrontation of 2.5 minutes, in which, by the cautious assessment of the still surveillance log of the scrupulous inn, the patient black wand of Bellatrix Lestrange was, twice, disarmed, and the curses she sent 4 times, deflected, and the small cautious taunts she made, 6 times, ignored, and the clean final dagger she drew, on the patient's 7th attempt, very gently, with the small neat curved blade, taken, and her efficient face, very gently, with the small particular flat of the level curved blade, in the exact single considered tap of a deliberate boy in a scrupulous green coat who had been raised, for 10 subjective years, in a formal bank, knocked, very calmly, on the small deliberate side that her thoughtful sister had, in their small careful nursery, when they were girls, told her not to favor. Bellatrix Lestrange, on the controlled tap, on the floor of the upper room of the small particular inn called the Hog's Head, fell. Harry, in the small green coat, in the small steady drizzle of the small efficient October night, in the upper room of the small scrupulous inn at the small measured end of the quiet village, looked down at the modest unconscious face of the woman who had, by the cautious assessment of the tidy department, in 1981, been responsible for the even state of the thoughtful parents of his friend Neville Longbottom. He set his quiet curved blade, very gently, against her throat. He did not, after a long careful moment, cut. He stood. He stepped back. He looked, at last, at Sirius Black at the small quiet door, in the even form of a man, with the formal long black hair of a 32-year-old who had not, in 10 years, slept properly, and the clean pale eyes of a man who had at last, in the small brisk upper room of the careful inn at the trim end of the small formal village, on the small patient evening of the considered battle, found, after 10 years, the thing he had been looking for. Sirius, Harry said, very quietly. Take her. Bind her. Send her, with the goblins, to the bank. The bank will, by the treaty, hold her. We will, in the morning, send her to Madame Bones. Pup. And Sirius. Pup. When she wakes, tell her. Tell her I am, at sunrise, coming for her master. Tell her, in particular, that the arrangement of ages, by which the scrupulous evening was the evening of deliberate schoolboys and the patient morning will be the patient morning of clean dark lords, is, on the instruction of the exact boy in the particular green coat, ended. Tell her I am coming. He inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. He walked, with the slow even pace Scarn had drilled in him, out of the efficient upper room of the small controlled inn at the efficient end of the brisk village, down the deliberate stairs, out into the small steady drizzle of the considered October night. The wind, on the small methodical cobbles of the thoughtful High Street, in the small patient pre-dawn of the deliberate morning of the 13th of October, in the cautious ear of the small thin boy in the green coat with the simple silver scar showing through his fringe, said, very quietly, my lord. Sunrise is at 6 minutes past 7. Castle, Harry said. Open the doors. Wake the wards. Set the stairs. He will, by the modest logic of the formal arrangement of brisk ages, come for me at the gates. We will, on the gates, end it. My lord. With pleasure. The castle, in the formalper dawn of the efficient morning of the 13th of October, in the methodical long shallow valley by the particular long deep lake, in the white light of the tidy lifting wards, lifted, in a slow stone gesture that should not have been possible at the size it was, all of itself awake. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Founders' Judgment Sunrise, on the morning of the 13th of October, came up over the long shallow valley by the long deep lake at 6 minutes past 7, exactly as the wind had promised, in a thin clean line of pale orange along the eastern ridge. The drizzle had stopped an hour ago. The clouds, which had been low and heavy all night, had thinned to a high pale veil. The lake at the foot of the castle was dead glass. The lawn between the castle gates and the road that ran down to Hogsmeade was wet with the night's rain and silvered, here and there, by the first slant of light, and along the wall of the castle, on either side of the great iron-bound gates, the suits of armor that had stood, for 9 centuries, in their carved niches, did not, this morning, stand in their carved niches. They stood, in 2 long careful ranks of 40 on each side, on the lawn. They had walked out, very quietly, in the hour before dawn. The wind in the window of the Founders' wing had asked them, very politely, whether they would. They had inclined their helmeted heads a quarter of an inch, in the unison the wind would later say was the unison of 80 things that had been waiting 900 years to be asked, and they had walked out. They were not, this morning, alone. Behind the 2 long ranks, on the lawn, the staff of the school stood in the slow order Professor McGonagall had drawn them up in at 5:30 that morning. They were 16. The Master of Defense and his 2 assistants, with their small efficient triangular formation already set, Madame Pomfrey, with her hands and her small efficient apron and a long careful row of stretchers laid out behind her on the wet grass, Professor Sprout, in heavy gloves, with a long careful basket of plant cuttings whose properties Harry would, in time, be told but did not, this morning, need to be, Professor Flitwick, the small old half-goblin master of charms, in the considereduling stance of a man who had been, in his youth, the European dueling champion 3 years running, Hagrid, with his great pink umbrella and a small bright sudden color in his face that was, in his beard, the color of a man who had been told, the previous evening, that his godson was about to fight a Dark Lord at sunrise and that he, Hagrid, was very welcome to be there. In the center of the long careful row of staff, Professor Minerva McGonagall, in tall green, with her calm discipline set in the calm line of her small soft mouth, set both her neat hands on the small level knot of her tartan shawl. To her left, Albus Dumbledore, in robes the color of a deep night sky, in the controlled line of the thoughtful staff he had, for 30 years, been the master of, did not, this morning, stand at the head. He stood, very quietly, beside her. He had, on the considered request of the small thin boy in the green coat at 5:30, agreed. He had agreed, in the tone of a man who had, in the past 3 weeks, written a long careful letter to a brother he had not written to in 20 years, and had, on the quiet reply, walked, 2 evenings ago, to the Hog's Head, and had, in the tidy upper room above the measured taproom, sat, for 3 hours, with his brother, and had, after the 3 hours, walked back up to the castle in the small steady drizzle and gone, very quietly, to bed. He had not, in the morning, slept long. He had risen, very quietly, at 4. He had, at 5:30, on the deliberate request of a small thin boy in a green coat in the long marble corridor outside the door of his office, said, very evenly, yes, Lord Potter. With your permission. The small thin boy, on the spare even reply, had inclined his head a quarter of an inch. Headmaster, he had said. I should like, when this is done, with your permission, to find for you a chair on the staff of this school in which the office of the headmaster will not be the office in which you sit. I should like, in particular, the office of the Master of the History of Magic. The present holder, with your permission, has been looking, for the past 40 years, for a formal pension. I should like, also, to put up at the Hog's Head, with your permission, a small neat brass plate that says only this. The chair was held, for 30 years, by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The chair was, in his hand, the chair. He laid the chair down, on the morning of the 13th of October, 1991, at the request of his successor. Albus Dumbledore had, at the clean reply, set both his old hands on the measured top of his old desk, and had, for a precise second, looked, with the clean even discipline that had not, in the past 3 weeks, left him for very long, at the face of the small thin boy in the green coat. "My lord," he had said, very evenly. "I will, with your permission, accept." He stood now, in the long careful row of staff, in the neat discipline that he had, for the first time in 30 years, that morning, accepted. Harry, at the center of the long careful row of staff, in the small green coat with the silver scar showing through his fringe, with the trim curved blade in the long thin sheath at his belt and the level founder's wand in the long thin sheath at his other hip and the even founder's mantle on his shoulders that had been folded into the lining of the small green coat for the past 4 months and was, this morning, on the patient invitation of the morning, the small green coat, set both his small thin hands on the trim cool stone of the lintel of the great iron-bound gates. He looked, for a second, down the long wet slate of the road from the gates to the village. At the foot of the road, the small dark column of figures had begun, very slowly, to come up. The column, by the formal count of the wind in his ear, was 47. Most were Death Eaters. 3 were giants. 1, at the head of the column, in robes of the kind of black that did not, in the simple morning light, reflect, was a tall thin shape in a tall thin hood with a tall thin face under the hood that was, by the polite assessment of the wind, the thing the small thin boy had been waiting for. A great pale snake, around the tall thin shape's tall thin shoulders, in a long careful coil that was the long careful coil of a thing that had been told, very firmly, this morning, by its cautious master, that it was, on no account, to leave him, looked, with its small even yellow eye, up the long wet slate of the road. The small song in Harry's small narrow chest, on the small spare yellow eye of the great pale snake, sat up. He drew, with the deliberate gesture that Solveig had drilled in him for 9 subjective years, the small clean curved blade from the long thin sheath at his belt. He set the blade, very gently, on the simple cool stone of the lintel beside his small thin hand. He drew, with the subdued gesture Master Ulrich had drilled in him for the same 9 subjective years, the neat founder's wand from the long thin sheath at his other hip. He set the wand, very gently, on the cool stone of the lintel beside the blade. He set both his small thin hands on the cool stone of the lintel. He bowed. He bowed in a precise inclination of his small dark head to the long shallow valley by the long deep lake, and to the long careful ranks of the 80 suits of armor on the lawn, and to the long careful row of the staff of the school behind him, and to the curved blade and the small even founder's wand on the calm cool stone of the lintel, and to the founder's mantle on his shoulders, and to the small song in his small narrow chest, and to the castle. The castle, in the long shallow valley by the long deep lake, in the morning light of the thin pale orange line on the eastern ridge, bowed back. The bowing, by the modest count of the wind in the window 6 floors up, lasted 3 seconds. When it was done, the small thin boy in the green coat at the great iron-bound gates lifted his small dark head, and looked, very evenly, down the long wet slate of the road, at the small dark column that had come, in the 3 seconds, 50 feet closer. He raised his small trim voice. "Tom Riddle," he said. The small clean voice, in the long shallow valley by the long deep lake, in the calm morning light of the thin pale orange line on the eastern ridge, did not, by the quiet count of the wind, carry as a clean voice. It carried as the even carrying voice of a long clean bell that had, 843 years before, been rung once, in the deep vault under a bank in London, on the morning the white candle in the deep vault had lit. The tall thin shape at the head of the column, on the carrying voice of the long clean bell, stopped. The 46 figures behind it, on the stopping of the tall thin shape, stopped. "Tom Riddle," Harry said, again, very evenly. We have, you and I, for 9 subjective years, been keeping an appointment. We will, this morning, keep it. With your permission. The tall thin shape at the head of the column did not, on the small soft carrying voice of the long clean bell, reply at once. It looked, for a precise second, up the long wet slate of the road. It saw, at the great iron-bound gates of the castle, the small thin boy in the green coat with the neat silver scar showing through his fringe. It saw, on either side of the small thin boy, the long careful ranks of the 80 suits of armor, and the long careful row of the staff of the school, and the small precise gesture of the long shallow valley by the long deep lake, and the plain morning light of the thin pale orange line on the eastern ridge. It saw, in particular, in the courteous assessment of its own eyes that had not, in the past 9 subjective years, learned anything at all about the small thin boy in the green coat that was not the fiction that the careful Lucius Malfoy had paid the brisk press to print, the gesture of the still founder's mantle on the small thin boy's small narrow shoulders. It understood, on the patient gesture of the mantle, very quickly. It understood that the considered fiction that the measured Lucius Malfoy had paid the scrupulous press to print had been, in every respect that mattered, a fiction. It understood that the polite assessment of its own eyes was, on this morning, in the still morning light of the thin pale orange line on the eastern ridge, looking up the long wet slate of the road at the small thin face of its own end. It did not, on the understanding, run. It did, instead, on the calculation of the small even pieces it had, in 9 subjective years, set on the precise board, the only thing it could think of to do. Forward, it cried, in a thin high carrying voice that was the voice of a controlled tall thin shape that had, for the past 9 subjective years, been trying very hard to remember the voice of a deliberate young man in a soft Slytherin tie. The 46 figures behind it, on the controlled command, came forward. They came forward up the long wet slate of the road in the efficient order of a column that had been told, very firmly, that the small thin boy at the gates was not, on any account, to be allowed to live another hour. They were met, at the foot of the wet lawn, by the 80 suits of armor. The 80 suits of armor did, in the modest assessment of the wind, the small quiet thing they had been told, by the small thin boy at the gates, to do. They opened a careful gap. They opened the gap in the precise place where the column was, by the count of the wind, thinnest. They let, into the gap, the front 15 of the column. They closed, very quietly, behind them. The front 15 of the column, on the subdued closing of the 80 suits of armor, looked up. They saw, ahead of them, the long careful row of the staff of the school. They saw, behind them, the long careful inside of a careful steel cage of 40 by 40 feet that the 80 suits of armor, in the small even count of the wind, were now, very quietly, around. They did not, by the count of the wind, last to the second minute. The Master of Defense and his 2 assistants, in the brisk triangular formation that had not, by the department's later assessment, been taught in the Auror office for another 20 years, did the considered work of 9 of them in the first 30 seconds. The small old half-goblin Master of Charms, in the small neat dueling stance of a man who had been, in his youth, the European dueling champion 3 years running, did the trim work of 3 of them in the next 40. Madame Pomfrey did, with the hands and the efficient apron and the modest long iron tongs she had, on the small cautious suggestion of the wind in her ward at 5:30, brought down with her, the precise work of one of them in the next 20. Professor McGonagall, with the precision of a tabby cat who had been waiting 40 years to do it, did the work of the last 2. The 80 suits of armor, on the neat end of the front 15, opened the careful gap in the precise place where the column, by the polite count of the wind, was now the thinnest. They let in, into the gap, the next 15. The next 15, by the spare polite count of the wind, did not last to the 3rd minute. In the long shallow valley by the long deep lake, in the quiet morning light of the thin pale orange line on the eastern ridge, the great pale snake on the modest shoulders of the tall thin shape at the head of the column lifted, very slowly, its yellow eye. Harry, at the great iron-bound gates, with the curved blade in his small thin hand and the plain founder's wand in his other small thin hand, in the plain founder's mantle on his shoulders that had been waiting 843 years for a back to settle on, set both his small thin feet on the cool stone of the threshold of the gates. He stepped out. He walked, with the slow even pace Solveig had drilled in him, down the gap that the 80 suits of armor, on the formal count of the wind, had, very quietly, opened for him in the careful steel cage. He walked, in the long careful row of the staff of the school behind him, with no one at his side. He walked, in the quiet morning light of the thin pale orange line on the eastern ridge, the 40 feet to the clearing in the middle of the wet lawn at which the great pale snake on the considered shoulders of the tall thin shape was, very slowly, lifting its yellow eye. He stopped, at the small formal 10 feet that Solveig had drilled in him for 9 subjective years. He set both his small thin feet on the wet slate. He did not, this time, bow. "Tom Riddle," he said, very evenly. "Send the snake away." The tall thin shape, in the assessment of its own eyes that had, by now, fully understood the subdued gesture of the calm founder's mantle on the small narrow shoulders of the small thin boy in the green coat, did, on the subdued request, the thing it had been calculating, in the pieces it had been setting on the calm board for the past 9 subjective years, would, on the neat request, work. It refused. "I think not, boy," it said, in the thin high-carrying voice that was the voice of a deliberate tall thin shape that had, for the past 9 subjective years, been trying very hard to remember the voice of a scrupulous young man in a Slytherin tie. "I think Nagini stays." Harry, in the founder's mantle on his shoulders, with the trim curved blade in his small thin hand and the neat founder's wand in his other small thin hand, in the spare morning light of the thin pale orange line on the eastern ridge, lifted, very slowly, the plain founder's wand. He looked, for a second, into the small even yellow eye of the great pale snake. The small song in his small narrow chest, on the even yellow eye of the great pale snake, sat up. The small song, on the measured invitation of the founder's wand, sang. The calm founder's wand, on the neat invitation of the song, did the subdued thing the calm founder's wand had been waiting 843 years to do. It spoke. It spoke in a small considered voice that was, in the even assessment of the wind in the window of the founder's wing 6 floors up, the neat voice of every wand that any founder's heir had, in the recorded history of Hogwarts, held. It spoke, in the voice, the small considered single word that Master Ulrich had drilled into the small thin boy in the green coat for 9 subjective years. The level polite single word was, in the quiet ear of the wind, in goblin script of the southern provinces, "Depart." The great pale snake, on the courteous single word, did not, on any account, depart. The great pale snake, on the subdued single word, did the even thing the small calm single word, on a great pale snake who was, by the quiet assessment of Hermione Granger's precisered mark on the subdued map in the small high attic study 6 floors up, the 7th of the deliberate objects on her small modest list, was, in fact, by the deliberate ear of the soft founder's wand, told to do. It came apart. It came apart in the measured morning light of the thin pale orange line on the eastern ridge, around the shoulders of the tall thin shape, in a long thin grey thread of vapor that did not, by the small measured count of the wind, leave a great pale snake behind it. The vapor rose. The vapor, in the soft morning light, did the calm thing the small modest vapor from the cautious crack in the considered stone of the cautious ring of Marvolo Gaunt had done 4 days before. It said, in a thin grey voice that no one in the long shallow valley had recognized, the single word, "Master." The vapor, after the moment, was gone. The tall thin shape, on the patient end of the great pale snake, did not, this time, calculate. It struck. The Avada Kedavra came up the subdued 10 feet of wet slate from the exact tip of the black wand of the tall thin shape in the precise morning light of the thin pale orange line on the eastern ridge, in the long careful clean line of calm green that had, on the night of the 31st of October, 1981, in a nursery at Godric's Hollow, taken, in the single stroke, the deliberate life of Lily Evans Potter, the small patient mother of the small thin boy in the green coat at the foot of the road. It was met, in the middle of the 10 feet of wet slate, by the controlled gesture of the spare founder's mantle on the small narrow shoulders of the small thin boy in the green coat. The small calm founder's mantle did, in the considered assessment of the wind in the window 6 floors up, the small neat thing the trim founder's mantle had been waiting 843 years to do. It opened. It opened in the precise gesture of a length of soft warm white fire that, in the assessment of the wind, was the deliberate length of every length of soft warm white fire that any founder's heir had, in the recorded history of Hogwarts, drawn. It opened in the gesture of a length that, in the considered assessment of the calm green of the Avada Kedavra in the even middle of the 10 feet of wet slate, was, in the quiet count of the wind, the quiet end of the calm green. The calm green, on the patient gesture of the soft warm white, did the considered thing the green had not, in the considered recorded history of green, ever done. It stopped. It stopped. It hung, for a small precise second, in the small even middle of the precise 10 feet of wet slate. It folded, very slowly, in on itself, like a closing flower. It became, in the count of the wind, a polite single small measured flake of measured green ash. The flake, in the count of the wind, fell, very gently, on the wet slate, and was, in the even count of the wind, gone. The tall thin shape, on the even end of the controlled green, did not, this time, calculate. It did not, this time, even strike. It looked, for a precise second, at the small thin boy in the green coat in the morning light of the thin pale orange line on the eastern ridge, with the formal face of a deliberate tall thin shape that had, for the past 9 subjective years, been calculating, with the quiet pieces it had been setting on the even board, the polite morning that was, in the count of the wind, on the precise end of the calm green, ending. Harry, on the wet slate, in the clean founder's mantle on his shoulders, with the still curved blade in his small thin hand and the plain founder's wand in his other small thin hand, lifted the still founder's wand. He spoke, this time, the deliberate single word that the wind in the window of the founder's wing had taught him at 3 o'clock that morning. The single word, in goblin script of the southern provinces, was bind. The clean founder's wand did, on the single word, the patient thing it had been waiting 843 years to do. A long careful clean line of soft warm white fire, no thicker than the thread of the methodical necklace of his measured dead mother's thoughtful green ring, came up out of the tip of the wand. The line crossed the simple 10 feet of wet slate. The line wrapped, very gently, in a brisk single formal loop, around the black wand in the methodical hand of the tall thin shape. The line tightened. The efficient black wand of Tom Marvolo Riddle came, in the count of the wind, very quietly, away from his controlled hand. The line, on the thoughtful single thoughtful loop, tightened a second time. The second time, in the formal count of the wind, the line wrapped not around the black wand but around the thin grey wisp of the soul of the controlled tall thin shape, which had been, by the count of the wind, until the thoughtful single patient loop, the only patient thing keeping the efficient body of the small formal tall thin shape upright on the modest wet slate. The line tightened a third time. The precise tall thin shape, on the modest third tightening, fell. It fell with the deliberate careful clean motion of a brisk tall thin shape that had, in the small modest count of the wind, on the small even third tightening, been very gently, very firmly, very politely, unmade. The scrupulous body, on the wet slate, in the small deliberate morning light of the thin pale orange line on the eastern ridge, was, in the count of the wind, no longer the small even body of Tom Marvolo Riddle. It was a long, thin, careful coil of robe, in the courteous morning light, with no one in it. Harry, on the wet slate, with the spare founder's mantle on his shoulders, with the even curved blade in his small thin hand and the still founder's wand in his other small thin hand, set, very gently, the founder's wand back into the long thin sheath at his hip. He set, very gently, the small clean curved blade back into the long thin sheath at his belt. He bowed, in a subdued inclination of his small dark head, to the small exact empty robe on the brisk wet slate. He turned. He walked, with the slow even pace Solveig had drilled in him, back up the considered 40 feet of wet lawn, through the small modest gap in the careful steel cage of the 80 suits of armor, through the modest ranks of the long careful row of the staff of the school, into the considered shelter of the great iron-bound gates. The Battle of Hogwarts, in the small precise Department of Magical Law Enforcement's later official report, lasted 4 minutes and 17 seconds from the command of forward to the deliberate end of the measured tall thin shape on the tidy wet slate. It is, by the same official report, the shortest battle in the recorded history of the Wizarding War. The aftermath, in the long shallow valley by the long deep lake, was a quiet thing. The remaining Death Eaters, on the small patient end of their controlled master, did not, by the small formal count of the wind, fight. They surrendered. They surrendered to the small cautious contingent of 7 goblin warriors of the second rank under the exact command of Master Solveig of the Goblin Nation, who had been, in the small precise basements of the thoughtful village, on the exact instruction of the clean boy in the efficient green coat, very quietly resident, and to the still triangular formation of the Master of Defense and his 2 assistants, and to the even long careful row of the staff of the school. The 3 giants, on the end of their exact master, sat down on the wet lawn, and looked, with the clean slow careful eyes of 3 giants who had, by the formal count of the wind, not been told, by the tall thin shape, what they were to do if the cautious tall thin shape did not, on the morning, when, at the modest long shallow valley by the long deep lake, and waited. Madame Pomfrey, on the small neat end of the scrupulous tall thin shape, on the subdued count of the wind, with the efficient hands and the efficient apron and the brisk long iron tongs and the calm long row of stretchers, did, in the modest count of the wind, the work of the controlled next 4 hours. By 11 o'clock that morning, the small courteous long shallow valley by the small calm long deep lake was, in the even count of the wind, very quiet. By noon, the quiet formal coil of robe on the modest wet slate had been, by the controlled request of the small thin boy in the green coat, gathered, in a particular padded box of cedar, and taken, with the neat contingent of 7 goblin warriors, down to the formal neat Founders' Forge in the long stone hall under the quiet bank in London. The coil of robe, on the small brisk Founders' Forge, by the modest exact request of Healer Helke, in the neat soft warm white of the quiet candle in the deep vault, that afternoon, ceased to be a problem. By 2, the Wiesengemot, in the chamber in London, had, on the small precise motion of the senior holder of the Founders' chairs, by the small patient operation of the small scrupulous standing motion of Section 29, conferred upon the small thin boy in the green coat with the plain silver scar showing through his fringe the methodical office of Lord of Hogwarts. The office, by the modest constitution of the neat trim school, was not the office of headmaster. It was, by the precise constitution of the even school, an older office. It was, by the patient constitution of the measured small cautious castle, the office under which the office of headmaster sat. The small thin boy in the green coat, on the even considerate conferral, had, in the subdued particular chamber in London, in his place at the head of the chamber, very evenly, accepted. He had, on the acceptance, named, by the constitution of the deliberate quiet school, Professor Minerva McGonagall as headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Professor Minerva McGonagall, on the small brisk naming, in the measured chamber in London, in the seat to which the patient brisk sergeant-at-arms had, on the controlled considered instruction of the small thin boy at the head of the chamber, escorted her, set both her methodical hands on the controlled knot of her controlled tartan shawl, and inclined her controlled brisk head 1/4 of an inch. "My lord," she said, "I will, with your permission, accept." That evening, on the wet slate of the long shallow valley by the long deep lake, on the high stone parapet of the astronomy tower of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in the patient morning's tunic that had been, by the quiet morning's invitation, by the polite evening, the neat tunic of the new Lord of Hogwarts, Harry Potter, age 11 by the world's reckoning and 17½ by the careful count of the rooms beneath the bank in London, set both his small thin hands on the cool stone of the parapet, and looked, for a long moment, out at the long shallow valley. The sun, on the long shallow valley, had set. The lake at the foot of the castle was the dark blue of an evening that had, this evening, at last, fully forgotten the day. The mountains around the valley were the dark purple of Acomavining's mountains. The lights of Hogsmeade, at the foot of the village, were the soft orange of small old lamps that had been lit, one, by the same small old man for 40 years. On Harry's small thin shoulder, the courteous white owl that Hagrid had, on the morning of the 17th of October, brought up, in a courteous cage, from the precise back room of Elop's Owl Emporium, in the calm hope that the small thin boy in the green coat would, on the polite request, accept, sat, with the half-shut yellow eye of an owl who had decided, on the morning of the 17th of October, that the small thin boy in the green coat was hers. Her name was Hedwig. She had not, on her arrival, been told her name. Harry had told her, in the patient assessment of the wind, on the measured hour of her arrival. In the high warm sitting room of the Founders' wing of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 6 floors below, the 5 children who had, on a Hogwarts Express 6 weeks ago, decided to follow the small thin boy in the green coat were, on the polite long table the wing had grown for them at the controlled occasion, eating supper. They were laughing, in the assessment of the wind, more loudly than they had laughed at any supper in the polite past 6 weeks. In the long marble corridor outside the office of the new Master of the History of Magic, on the 2nd floor, the old man with the long silver beard, in the even small deliberate tweed of an old academic master who had, that afternoon, in the polite chamber in London, on the controlled cautious instruction of the small thin boy in the green coat, very gently, exchanged the measured robes of a headmaster for the even tweed of an old academic master, set both his old hands on the polite brass rail of the corridor window, and looked, for a long moment, out at the long shallow valley. He did not, this evening, ask the long shallow valley what they had, between them, done. He looked, instead, at the long shallow valley, and at the small thin boy on the high stone parapet of the astronomy tower in the small subdued distance, and at the small deliberate white owl on the small thin boy's small narrow shoulder, and at the long shadow that the small thin boy and the quiet white owl, in the polite calm last patient light of the neat modest deliberate evening, cast across the measured stone of the parapet behind them, and he said, very quietly, to the long shallow valley, in a voice that, for the first time in 30 years, did not sound, in his own ear, like the voice of a man at a window in a tower, old friend. Look what we have, between us, made. The long shallow valley, with the slow careful intelligence of a long shallow valley that had been listening to Albus Dumbledore for 30 years, did, on this evening, at last, answer. It said, in a long thin warm wind that came up out of the long deep lake at the foot of the long shallow valley, in the small neat ear of the small subdued old academic master at the polite measured brass rail of the controlled even corridor window, my lord. We have, between us, made a beginning. Harry Potter, on the high stone parapet of the astronomy tower of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, on the evening of the 13th of October, 1991, in the deliberate tunic of the new Lord of Hogwarts, with the small even white owl on his small narrow shoulder, with the modest long thin warm wind from the long deep lake very gently lifting the small dark fringe over the silver scar on his forehead, set both his small thin hands on the cool stone of the parapet, and bowed, in a measured inclination of his small dark head, very gently, to the long shallow valley. Below him, on the lawn outside the Founders' wing, Hagrid was finishing the last of the work with Madame Pomfrey. The 3 giants, who had sat in patient confusion through the morning and the afternoon, had been spoken to in their own slow tongue by a goblin envoy from the Hebrides who had arrived by Fluet 4. They had agreed, in the slow tongue, to walk back, that night, to the small careful hill from which their old chief had brought them 4 months ago, and to take with them a written undertaking from the new Lord of Hogwarts that no one in their 3 families would, in the next 100 years, be hunted across the moors by a wizard for sport. The undertaking was already drafted, in 2 languages, and signed. The remaining Death Eaters had been escorted, by Madame Bones in person, to the cells of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry. There would be, by Scarn's brisk arithmetic, 23 trials in the next month, all of them open, all of them televised by the Wizarding Wireless, all of them with a sitting member of the Founders' wing in the gallery taking notes. The pension paid to the old Auror who had, in 1981, taken Lucius Malfoy's statement at the 3 broomsticks would be revoked at noon tomorrow. So would 7 other pensions. So would 3 knighthoods. In Wiltshire, in the long white drawing room of the house in which his father had, that morning, walked through the Vale, Draco Malfoy sat with his mother and a goblin clerk and signed his name, in a hand that did not quite shake, on the writ that recognized him as Lord of the House of Malfoy at 11. The goblin clerk, who had been chosen for the kindness of his manner, set the writ in his satchel and told the boy that his term at school would, by the new Lord of Hogwarts's invitation, continue without interruption, and that he would, if he wished, find a chair waiting for him at the Founders' Wings table on the night he returned from his father's funeral. The boy, who had not, in 11 years, been spoken to in such a tone, did not, at first, answer. After a moment, with the small dignity that his father had, on the corridor outside the Vale that morning, finally found, he inclined his head 1/4 of an inch. "Tell him," Draco Malfoy said, very quietly, "that I will think about it." The clerk, with the brief professional respect of a clerk who had heard better answers from grown men, said that he would. The long shallow valley, very gently, bowed back. Chapter 7 End.